NC500. Let's go! Yes, that's right. I have gone and done the NC500 on the Virago. I did it in June of this year, 2025, over the course of 9 days, including travel there and back. 1,600 miles covered, all of them with me, my camping gear, clothing, food, water, and of course camera gear, on the back of a 1997 Yamaha Virago 535. It was a fantastic adventure for me, one which I, of course, very highly recommend to anybody who's thinking about going. You don't have to be a biker to do it, any vehicle will suffice, although of course I'm going to think that a bike is the best way to go, but really anything with an engine will do the job for you. It also wasn't just an adventure either, but for me a pretty big achievement too. Remember, this is less than 1.5 years since I passed my bike test, my Category A bike licence, and I could start riding a bigger bike. And it's only about 2 years since I started riding for the first time ever since I did my CBT. I think it's safe to say a lot of people don't attempt anything like this until they've got a bit more experience under the belt, but I wanted to do it, so I went and did it. I even got a medal for doing it, which I'll show you later. I mean, I bought myself the medal, but it still counts. At the time of recording this segment of the series, I haven't yet looked at how much it all cost me, and I'm not sure I really want to know, but if I change my mind I'll include it at some point later on. Now, I tried to record everything I could. I came back, both memory cards were full in the cameras, and my phone was full as well, which I'd bought brand new for this trip, coming in at 522.7 gigabytes of videos and photos from the trip. Wasn't actually possible for me to get any more. So, now, most of the footage is like what you're seeing on screen now. It's of me riding around. I spent most of my time on the bike with the camera on my chest mount. Anyone who's watched my past riding videos will know it's a real struggle with sound quality when I do this, and this trip was no different. Unfortunately, there just wasn't the time or the money available before I set off to really do anything about it. I'm also coming to realise that I may need a different helmet if I'm going to get anywhere near decent quality audio in my videos, which is of course an even bigger expense. I've tried to edit it out as much as possible, but honestly, I stopped more than enough times to film some stationary footage of the various sites. There really was so much to see up there. I get the feeling I could do this trip 10 times, 100 times, and still not see everything there is to see on this route. For this video now, I'm covering day 1 and day 2 of the trip, which I've titled as Getting There, because it literally took me 2 days to get to the start of the route in Inverness. I could perhaps have done it in one go on, say, a more powerful bike or a more comfortable bike. One with a range longer than 100 miles perhaps would have helped too. But I wanted to do it on the Virago, so that's what I made happen. And I've no regrets either. With that in mind, day 1 was spent getting from my house in Cambridgeshire to my parents' house in East Riding via Sports Bike Shop in Boston to pick up a little something for the trip ahead. Not much to say on this leg of the trip, but having used that purchase pretty extensively now, it feels appropriate to give it a product review. I haven't done a product review for a while on this channel, which we'll get into right now. So, this is what I bought. This is a, well, it's a leg bag thing. Not the most impressive bit of motorcycle kit, I admit, but I'm quite glad I had one for this trip, that's for sure. Before I go any further, I feel like I need a thumbnail for this. I normally have thumbnails when I do product reviews. I hardly ever get to do product reviews nowadays either. Screw it, let's have a thumbnail. There we go, somewhat unnecessary, but you know what, it's my video, I'll do what I like. So this is the TAC, T-A-A-C, 1 litre leg bag in black. Apparently that's what that says. I still think that says TOOC, or maybe DDC, TOOC, TAC, whatever. Yeah, leg bag. This is the 1 litre version. They do a 2 and 3 litre version as well. Obviously they're more or less the same, but a little bit bigger. This is the one I wanted, and this is the one I got. It was perfect for me anyway. You can actually get quite a bit of stuff in it, despite its small size, so don't be thinking you need to have the biggest of everything. You really don't. Described on the Sports Bike Shop website as a polyester fabric leg bag with removable rain cover, padded rear with air mesh and internal keys hook. That pretty much sums it up. I don't have the rain cover to hand. I'll go and get it in a minute if I can find it. I don't actually know where I've left it. Never mind. The padded rear, yes, it has a padded rear, and it has this air mesh. If I'm honest, you're wearing biker gear anyway, so I don't really see the point of that if you're on a motorbike, but doesn't matter. And yeah, it has the internal keys hook as well. All in all, this was great. Like I said, I was really happy to have had this on this trip. I've been meaning to get one of these for a while, and just never did. Just kept putting it off. And then I was going on this big trip, and I needed it, really. It just made life so much easier. Let me show you what it is. So, essentially, you have this belt bit that goes around your waist. You can feed it through your belt loops if you like. I normally just put it around my waist. It was fine. It's not like it's carrying any load. And then this bit goes around your leg. It's up to you how tight you want it. I found it tended to come a little loose after a whole day of wearing it, and I had to occasionally tighten it up, but it still wasn't going to go anywhere. It was, you know, more of a comfort thing. So it's adjustable here. You can adjust the height, so if you want it further down your leg, you can adjust it or pull it up. For example, I tended to have it just in the middle of my thigh, and that was perfect right there. Now, where this came into its own, when I've been riding previously, I would put my wallet, keys, phone, etc. in my pockets of my jacket, or sometimes I put them in the top box, somewhere like that. And in the top box, I'd worry that they're getting rattled around and they're going to come out all scratched up, you know, like they do. And in my pockets, I'd always be worried that I'm going to drop them, you know, that they'd fall out somewhere on the road and I may not notice until I've ridden several miles. And I'd be constantly checking the zippers on my jacket pocket. Also, I have quite a large phone now. It's a Pixel 9 Pro XL. It's not the most comfortable thing to have in my blue jacket pocket. It only just fits, and you've got to force the zip over it. And then, you know, if it's at the wrong angle, it digs in, and yeah. So, this was fantastic. I mean, for one, it has these little tassels on them, which don't look like much, but when you're wearing gloves, your riding gloves, they are so easy to get hold of and undo, just like that. Which, it's such a simple thing, but it made a world of difference, because my jacket doesn't have these tassels on, but the zips are still covered over by fabric, so I'm constantly fiddling around trying to get a hold of them and check that they're zipped up. With these, it's really easy to do, and because it's on my leg, if I'm ever worried, I can just glance down and see that it's zipped up, because these are flapping around slightly and they're bright yellow. So yeah, that was great to start with. Great bit of design. Open her up. This is what you see inside. There's the medal that I bought myself for doing the NC500. We'll have a closer look at that later. But you get a little pouch in the top, which is, I've bought myself a patch as well. I tend to put just like documents and such like in there. That's the keys hook. My house keys were on that for the entirety of the trip, which is great. You know, it stops them dropping down and getting lost in the bottom of the bag. And in there, earplugs on this occasion, but I also tended to like tuck my wallet in there and so on. Phone didn't go in because I was using that as a sat-nav, but I have an old phone just here and it fits in quite nicely. I was also, if I needed to say charge something like another camera, I was able to fit a couple of power packs in there as well, and it holds them quite neatly. So yeah, that's what I mean when I say it's the perfect size. It holds more than you would think. Cracking piece of kit. Also at the back there's this little extra pocket which has a till receipt in it. But it goes the full length of it as well. So if you're on a really epic road trip, I suppose you could put your passport in there. It's about the right size. Documents, that sort of thing. And they're against your leg as well, so they're that little bit more protected should anything happen, or if you get rained on. On the subject of being rained on, in its current form, it's not waterproof. If you have a quick, light shower, then don't worry about it. It'll be fine for that. You know, the water does bead up and run off, so there is some waterproofing to this. This strip down the middle is rubber, but the zips aren't waterproof, and if you're on your bike, it's in the airstream with water pounding against it, it will get in. It did happen. It wasn't catastrophic, but things inside were a little damp. I mean, I only had, you know, like my wallet with cards in it, and so it wasn't a big deal. It wasn't like it was instantly soaked through, but it's not waterproof in its current form. You do need the rain cover. The rain cover, though, is cracking. In fact, I'm going to go and find it because I need to show you it. There it is. Found it. Bit of muck on it, never mind. That's what you get. And it looks a bit superfluous, maybe a bit silly at first glance, but I did end up using it on one occasion. It absolutely chucked it down on day one, or rather day 3, but day 1 actually riding around in Scotland. And I put this over and it didn't flap around. It looks like it might flap in the wind. It didn't. It kept it completely dry. It's this sort of plasticky material. I can't remember what it's made of. Doesn't say on the Sports Bike Shop website either, but it's, I mean, it's kind of like tent material almost. And then it's lined with plastic in here as well. And basically you stretch it over like it's a shower cap. And as you can see, it actually fits quite snugly with the rest of the bag. And it's now fully waterproof as well. Like I say, I got rained on hard whilst I was up there, and this kept everything nice and dry. The occasion when I didn't have this on when I got rained on was because it wasn't raining when I set off and I didn't put it on. But yeah, as long as you have this on, it's fine, it's dry, and it's high vis, because of course if it's raining, visibility goes down, so you never know. There's a little bit of high vis on your leg. It's only small, it might be worth it. So yeah, great bit of kit. I highly recommend. Like I say, this is the 1 litre. There's 2 litre and 3 litre versions as well, although I found the 1 litre more than sufficient, really. I can't help but think a 3 litre might look a bit big, a bit silly almost on your leg, but get whatever you like. You know, this one was 20 quid or 19.99 with the rain cover included. If you need a replacement rain cover, they are also available from Sports Bike Shop for £4.49. So I suppose as long as you lose 4 or less of these rain covers, then your quid's in, really. But yeah, so that's it. That's what I picked up. Let's get back to the riding. Now, can I just point out here how clean and shiny that helmet is? That is the last time you'll ever see that helmet that clean and that shiny. There will be a picture coming up in future episodes of what happened to it, but all I will say right now is this: no one tells you about the bugs when you go to Scotland. Fucking hell.
all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're, for fuck's sake, calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive and save it.
Alright, first fuel stop of the trip. I'm at an apple green on the A1 somewhere up near Lincoln. Got about 60 miles to go to the first stop of the night, which is my parents' house. I stopped at Sports Bike Shop and picked up a nice thigh bag that I've wanted, and just somewhere to keep my wallet and my keys and such like when I'm on the go, rather than having them in my pockets. Really like it. It's a good bit of kit. Should have ordered one much sooner. Two problems so far today. One, it was 55 miles from my house to Sports Bike Shop. Not a problem. The bike will do, on paper, 120 miles on a tank. I don't like to go past 100. I work to 100. There was a petrol station there. I knew I didn't have enough to get all the way to my parents. I thought, no, I won't stop just yet. I know, I'll stop just before I join the A1. From Sports Bike Shop to here, I saw 0 petrol stations. Honestly, I mean, I can't believe in England I've done over 50 miles without seeing a petrol station. I mean, in a car I wouldn't even think about it, but on a bike that will only do 100 miles on a tank, that's kind of a big deal. That's going to be a bit concerning when I'm up in the far reaches of Scotland, because, well, I could be 100 miles from fucking anything when I get up there, but we'll have to see how it goes. That's why I've got the 2 jerry cans strapped to the side, and that's why I work to 100 miles instead of 120, because, yeah, just to be safe. It only took 5 litres. I can't remember what the fuel capacity is on the bike, but I think it's more than that. Fair bit more than that. I want to say 10 litres, but I'm probably wrong. So I think I'm safe, but it was a bit concerning just watching the little trip odometer just going up and up and up. And I'm like, there's no petrol stations. I'm on the A1 now. There's no petrol stations. But all the mileage before the A1 was a nice leisurely 50 mile an hour, nice and efficient. So that's probably why I haven't needed much fuel. I was probably okay, but it was a bit worrying. Second problem, whilst my phone will charge from the USB on the bike, it is depleting its battery faster than it's recharging. It's on 49% at the moment. Making this section of the video won't help. Now, I'll make it to my parents, that's easy enough, but tomorrow's going to be an issue. It's 400 miles and I'm looking at about 8 hours on the bike. That is worrying. I may end up having to stop for a good couple of hours at some point just to recharge my phone. And time will be tight tomorrow as well, because the latest I can check into the campsite is like 4 o'clock. So I've really got to get going tomorrow and not hang about. Anyway, it's fucking hot sitting here in the sun with all this gear on. It's time to get going again.
Nationals.
Hello, you. Hello. Hang on, it's a process, is this? Oh.
When did you leave home?
About 11 in the end. I was aiming for 10 and then I was just drinking me coffee and thought, I'm in no rush whatsoever today. I've turned upon a proper vehicle. This is internal combustion. It's great technology, is this? Yeah, but what's that wire going into it though? Next he'll be going vegan.
He will go vegan, nothing to do.
Alright. So that was day one of the holiday done. Only sort of half a day spent on the bike, but I did spend most of the morning packing and preparing myself by drinking lots of coffee, so I'm going to count it as a full day. Not much to show you from the evening or the night. I unfortunately don't get to see my parents as often as I would like, so we just had some time together, went out for a few drinks, then back to the house for quite a few more, which is just what you need when you've got 12 hours of riding a motorbike the following day, but there we go, got through it. So that was that. Nice, easy start to the holiday, just easing myself into what was to come. So now, let's crack on with day two. Morning. This is day two. This is the last time for quite a while I'm going to be in a proper building, sleeping in a proper bed, at my parents' house. Maybe a little bit too much to drink last night, but that's fairly standard when I come to my parents. It's kind of compulsory. This is the longest and hardest day of the trip. 400 miles to be done today. But I will at least be in Scotland and at the start of the NC500 by the end of today. Not much else is going to happen. It's literally just going to be riding, racking up the miles, getting through the fuel, and getting to where I need to be. Looking to leave at 8 o'clock in the morning. It's currently about 7:30. Just going to have a coffee and some breakfast and then I'm off. On a bit of a deadline today because I've got to check into the campsite no later than 4. Which gives me plenty of time to get up there. It's only about 6 hours worth of riding, but I've got to include stops and lunch in that as well. So yeah, time could get a bit tight with this, but weather's nice, perfect blue skies, nice and warm, but hopefully not too warm, and getting cooler as I head up north. Should be good. And then, yeah, by this time tomorrow, I will be on the NC500. Right, let's get going.
Head west on Pontefract Road, A645 towards High Street.
Yeah, so I normally find that Google Maps is pretty accurate with its ETAs, but in this case, that's going to be way off. that's first fuel stop of the day. 103 miles in, sat-nav showing 303 to go, so about a quarter of the way through it. Making good time though. I should be at the campsite for 4. They shut at 6, so I need to get there before then, but it's going well so far. My arse is killing me already though. Right, I need to carry on. That is another fuel stop done. 109 miles covered with that one. Got just under 200 to go, 193 says the sat-nav. The first fuel stop unfortunately cost me dearly. Somehow it added an hour to the travel time. I wasn't stopped for an hour, I was stopped for maybe 15 minutes. But yeah, I was on the A66, I've come off it, not realising I couldn't then just turn around and go straight back on it. I ended up coming through the Yorkshire Dales, which was great, fantastic scenery, lovely bit of road that was going down. But yeah, it added about an hour to it, which means I really do need to get a move on now. If I'm going to make it to the caravan site on time before they close check-in. Got to be there for 6. It currently says I'm going to be arriving at 5:40, but I'm going to need at least one more fuel stop before I get there. So yeah, it's going to be tight. So this stop was going to be lunch, but I'm going to have to make do with a flapjack energy bar. Other than that, it's going really well. So I thought the motorway miles would be grueling, but they're not that bad, just maybe a bit dull in places. But the scenery so far has been fantastic, especially once I crossed the border into Scotland. Scotland forever! I'm now about 60 miles north of the border. Came up past Gretna Green, where I'm supposed to be planning my wedding in a few years, although I haven't actually started doing anything. And came past Lockerbie as well, which I've visited before the last time I came to Scotland. Visited the Memorial Garden to pay my respects. Other than that, just pounding the M6 and the A74, I think I'm on now, or A something or other. But it's nice, 3-lane, smooth motorway, working my way through the Scottish Highlands. It's actually brilliant, and there's bikers everywhere up here now. So yeah, there isn't a minute gone by when I haven't seen a biker either come past me or I've gone past them. So yeah, I'm enjoying it, but so far I really do need to get a move on. Yeah, this is the one part of the trip where time is of the essence, and I need to get a shift. Also, the phone battery is really struggling to keep up. So yeah, I need to stop recording, let it charge for a bit before I set off. Right, see you at the next fuel stop. Right, Stuart doing the edit here. I am just going to time-lapse through this last leg of the journey. I did have one more fuel stop, but by the time I got to that point, time was getting very tight indeed to get to the campsite. It was literally fill it up, pay and go. I didn't have any time to make any more video or commentary or anything. The trip was really quite uneventful. I did meet a van life wanker at the petrol station. Don't know what his problem was. I stopped at a petrol pump, one which only did petrol. It didn't do diesel. He wanted to be on that pump for some reason and started beeping his horn and waving his arms around. I just put my arms up like, what's your problem? Drive round me. Yeah, no idea what his issue was. He then went to a different pump and started filling up with diesel. So I've really no idea what his issue was. Anyway, I went in, paid. When I came back out, you couldn't see it on the camera because I'm sort of bending down and putting my gloves on and everything. But he just stood in front of my bike and was just staring at me. And I just stared back. I'm like, what do you want? And then he went inside. I'm like, mate, if you want to have a fight with someone wearing a crash helmet and gloves with carbon fibre knuckles, you can, but it's not going to go well for you. But there you go, you meet some strange people when you travel. And then when I pulled back out of the petrol station, bearing in mind this is onto a dual carriageway with no slip road, wasn't an ideal place to stop, never mind. He's behind me and he gets really quite close, doesn't beep his horn this time, but then when we both get back out onto the dual carriageway, he was dying to overtake. I just let him just slow down for a few miles, let him bugger off, you know, whatever. Whatever, mate, I really don't care about you. So that was that, back on the road, carrying on. The only other event of note was my phone battery finally died when I was a mile from the campsite. However, that mile took me over a whopping great suspension bridge. This bridge takes you from the town of Inverness into Keswick. It's called Keswick Bridge. Huge thing. It was great riding over it. And it separates Moray Firth and Bewley Firth. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. The Scottish obviously will say it differently because, well, they just like to be different. But yeah, that was that remaining mile. You go over that bridge and then you almost immediately had to turn off the dual carriageway that you were on, the A9, go back under it and up into the woods. And yeah, there was no way I was going to find it on my own, even though it was only a mile to go. So I ended up stuck in a lay-by at the side of the road with my phone plugged into a power bank, trying to get it to turn on so it would tell me where to go, and then it just turned itself back off, so I had to quickly memorise what I could of the route and make my way up. I made it, but yeah, that was a bit frustrating, and it meant I didn't get there on time. Fortunately, as it turned out, I needn't have been worried. There was no gate. They were building a gate, but there wasn't a gate at the time, and no one checking. I just turned up, pitched the tent, and that was the start of the NC500 for me. So yeah, that whole day, working to a time, I needn't have bothered. I should have just took my time and got there when I got there. Never mind, you live and learn. If I do this again, I'll remember that. Right, back to NC500 Stuart, who's going to close off the video, and I'll see you in the next one. Right, I made it. Just opening up a doner kebab that I've ordered to the campsite. Yeah, 400 miles, or 398 rather, taking about 10 hours. And that's without stopping for any real length of time. Maybe 15-20 minutes. Yeah, absolutely fucking grueling. Just pounding motorways the whole way. You know, the A9, oh Jesus. No, just never ending. But I've made it to the first campsite. I ache. Everything aches. My arse aches, my legs ache, my knees hurt, my fucking ankles hurt from being on the controls of the bike the whole time. My right wrist is hurting from being on the throttle all day. My arms are aching. Everything fucking aches. It's currently, what are we on? It's 8:30. I'm going to eat this and I'm going to sleep. But that is probably the hardest part of this trip done. I mean, I've got to do it again to get home, but going back will be easier because I'm going back to my parents and I'm not on a deadline. Well, I thought I was on a deadline to get here. I had to be here by 6 PM because on the website it says that's when the office closes for check-in. I actually got here at 6:10 and there is no office. There's just a sign, and if you've already booked and paid, you just go ahead and pitch your tent and get on with it. If you haven't booked or paid, then there's a mobile number on the sign to ring and pay. That's it. That's literally all there is to it. So I needn't have been rushing like I was. Yeah, it was a fairly uneventful trip. Just a lot of miles. My phone, it turns out, definitely, it charges off the USB on the bike, but the battery goes down quicker than it can charge when I'm using Google Maps, it seems. This is not a very fast charging phone. It's yeah, it's not a problem, but it's a bit annoying given that my previous phone charged in like an hour and this thing takes all night. But yeah, and then the battery went when I was still about 50 miles from Inverness. Fortunately, that 50 miles is just the A9. I mean, I joined the A9 and there was a sign that said Inverness, 120 miles. That's it. You just keep going in a straight fucking line until you reach Inverness. Nice. So yeah, that was fun. Having to pull over when I got to Inverness, get a power pack out of my rucksack, and then wait for the phone to boot back up. Although, when I did that, I was then only a mile from the campsite. So that was a bit of a problem. But I'm not expecting it to be a problem going forward on the trip because I'm only going to be doing maximum 140 miles a day, much less time on the bike, so the battery should last, it should be fine. Other than that, yeah, it was alright, just aching, you know. You do 50 miles and my arse has gone to sleep, my legs are starting to hurt, and you know, I wanted to do it in 100-mile slots and I ended up having to take more breaks. It was just fucking painful. Fucking hell, look at this. I asked for all the salad. There's just no salad at all. It's just meat and pita bread. Fucking hell. But yeah, I'm glad I've done it. I am here. The scenery is gorgeous. Because I thought I was on a deadline, it reached a point. I didn't film 2 of my fuel stops, and I didn't bother changing the batteries in my chest camera. So a lot of the good scenery was lost. But I was just pounding the bike hard, just trying to get there as quickly as I could, while sticking within the average speed check that is the A9. Like 100 miles of it is average speed check. It's ridiculous. But yeah, I made it. I am so tired. I'm eating this and I'm going to sleep, like I said. But yeah, there was a point where we were going up a hill for a long time, and we reached the top, and I could see Inverness in the valley and the lock around it, and it was just fantastic. It was a gorgeous sight. Unfortunately, wasn't anywhere to stop and get a good picture of it. I had to keep going. Yeah, there wasn't a lay-by or anything, or I'd have done it. Balls to being late, but yeah. But I did, when I pulled over to get the sat-nav going again, I did put a new battery in there, and hopefully it got some good footage of me going over the bridge, which was pretty cool too. So yeah, that's it. I've made it. I'm going to eat this, go to sleep, and then we'll start the scenic stuff tomorrow. Hopefully have more to show you for that, because I'm not just going to be pounding the miles. I'm actually going to be bimbling around, finding stuff that's interesting and enjoying the day. So yeah, I'll see you in the morning. I ate all of that and now I feel a bit sick. Time for bed.
Previously on the Fenland Biker. NC500. Let's go!
That is the last time you'll ever see that helmet that clean and that shiny.
For fuck's sake!
First fuel stop of the trip.
Nationals!
Hang on, it's a process, is this? Hello, you. Hello. Oh, I've turned upon a proper vehicle. This is internal combustion. It's great technology, is this? This is the last time for quite a while I'm going to be in a proper building and sleeping in a proper bed. Weather's nice. Yeah, by this time tomorrow I will be on the NC500. There we go, that's first fuel stop of the day. That is another fuel stop done. Scotland forever! I did meet a van life wanker at the petrol station. I made it. I ache. Everything aches. My arse aches, my legs ache, my knees hurt, ankles hurt, right wrist is hurting from being on the throttle all day. That is probably the hardest part of this trip. Done. I am so tired. I'm eating this and I'm going to sleep, like I said. So yeah, I'll see you in the morning. I ate all of that and now I feel a bit sick. Time for bed. And now, the continuation. Morning. It's one of the advantages of being so fucking exhausted that you go to bed hours before you normally do is you wake up early. It's currently 5:22 AM. I normally wouldn't be seen dead at this hour, but I am likely the only person awake on this site. So I'm going to get my shoes on and I'll go and show you around before everyone gets up. Here we go. So I'm going to speak softly because I'm still in the tent area, so I might wake people up. This was my humble abode of last night. You know what, it's actually quite a nice little sign over there. I thought it was another group of bikers, it turns out it's a group of Germans.
Don't mention the war. I mentioned it once, but I think I got away with it all right.
One of them is awake already, but I think he's just got up to have a piss in the bushes. We'll go up this way. That looks like it was a campfire of some sort. Not bad, not bad. No one used it last night, but still. We'll go up this way. I'm going to head towards the toilet block because I badly need a piss. There they are, look. All of them on their magnificent German machines.
And fan belts have been lost for 1,000 years!
This thing here I was especially impressed with. Yeah, some sort of camping pod trailer, towing it behind their big pickup truck. Given the price of camping gear, that thing probably costs more than the bloody pickup truck. Yeah, it's not bad here. This is a caravan site. It's 1 mile outside Inverness, which you wouldn't know. Inverness is literally a mile that way.
It's so quiet and peaceful. But yeah, up here, look. You've got sinks for washing up and drinking water. There's a washing machine and dryer around here. Probably won't have time to use them today, but still. Right, let's have a piss. Oh. That'll wake you up in the morning. There's another chap up walking his dog. Tell you what, the water definitely tastes different up here.
You know, in London, you switch on the tap, it's like, you switch on the tap up here and you go, la 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 la.
Oh, he's going out that way. We'll leave him to his dog walking. So this is day 3, I suppose I could say. I mean, it's the first day I'm actually on the NC500. It took me 2 days to get up here, but it's day 3 of my holiday, so I'm going to be calling it day 3. If you don't like it, get angry in the comments. But yeah, the site comes all the way down here. I pitch my tent over there, next to the Germans.
I'll do that for anymore.
I needn't have bothered. I could have gone down here. But there's like next to no signage or anything. Bit late now, I've got to pack it up in a few hours. Yeah, I could have gone all the way down here. It's nice and peaceful down here. I keep going on about the Germans, but...
Who won the bloody war anyway?
They were perfectly good neighbours. So, what's down here? Yeah, I could have come all the way down here into this corner. Guy there with these tent box. I looked at them tent boxes, looked at getting one for the car. They start at £1,000 for the smallest one. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. £1,000 for basically a tent that goes on a roof rack. I'd rather just have a normal tent and put it in the boot. Let's go back up here. I have to say, as much as I was actually enjoying it, enjoying the scenery, yesterday was probably the hardest day I think I've ever had on a bike. Except for maybe one day when the group I was with had abandoned me in London and I had to make my own way home without navigation in a massive hail and rainstorm, thunderstorm. Yeah, I was only 50, 60 miles from home, but don't know London at all, and ended up eventually on the M11 in this thunderstorm doing 20 mile an hour on the hard shoulder because I just couldn't fucking see. Probably the most dangerous it's ever been for me on a bike. Yeah, certainly the coldest and wettest I've ever been. I was frozen, but I did actually really enjoy it. I wish I'd known that wasn't on a deadline though, then I wouldn't have rushed so much to get here. It's literally, you come in here, this is the main entrance. You can just go straight down there. I came over to this sign here. It says, yeah, new arrivals pre-booked. Please come in, choose a vacant pitch and settle in. Tents are at the bottom of the site. Please use the car park provided. Well, no one actually did use the car park provided because I haven't found a provided car park. Everyone's just parked their cars and bikes next to their tents, but whatever. Yeah. The only time you ever need to do anything is if you're not booked and you like to stay, in which case you phone Linda or Rod. So I didn't need to worry about getting here and checking in before 6 like it says on the website. I just needed to turn up whenever I sodding well felt like it. I could have taken my time at every fuel stop. I could have stopped as soon as my arse started hurting instead of pushing on until I had cramp and could barely work the controls because my legs had gone to sleep. Yeah, fucking hell. Yeah. If you're watching this and you're planning a trip like this, it's a nice place. It's a good place to stop. But ignore what it says on the website. You can turn it wherever the hell you like. See, it looks like it carries on up here. I won't do too much of an explore up this way. Oh, so that's it. That's a turning circle. So there's 4 caravan pitches there. It looks like there's another 5 further down. There was a sign for it. And this is just a turning circle. Oh, okay. Let's go see what's up here. I'm a bit peckish now. Doesn't look like you can go any further. This gate's locked. Give you a bit of the view. You really are up in the woods here. There was something showing on Google Maps that said Keswick Christmas trees. I think that's them there. Those certainly look like Christmas trees. But this entire area right up the top of that hill there, it is just covered in trees. We'll go out to the main road. I'll see what I can show you. There's not much of a view from here because of all the trees. If it weren't for the trees, it'd be magnificent, but I'm not going to complain about the trees because it's good to see heavily wooded areas for once. Obviously getting hungry and thinking about food. I've brought food with me. It's all evening food. None of it's really breakfasty food. Last time I did a camping trip, I just bought breakfast every day. The only food I've really brought with me was to film for Strange Things from Across the Pond, which I did from the beach. I am going to do something like that on this trip. Maybe not today and not here. But when we get out onto the coast, find somewhere nice, we'll do that. Yeah, let's see what's down here. What I said about you being able to just turn up, you can do that at the moment. These bits here though, it looks like they're planning on putting in some sort of gate or barrier. So if you're watching this, say next season, it's currently June of 2025, maybe double check that information that you can actually get in outside of hours. They're obviously doing some sort of improvement. If we look at that, that looks like it's there to support some sort of barrier. If we look in here, yeah, look. That's what those long thin things are, and that'll be the base to stop you going in and out so much. You might still be able to just get in and out, but that'll probably end up being a buzzer or a code system. One of the campsites I'm going to have emailed me to say they've got AMPR, and they say, oh, stop at the gate, wait 3 seconds. If you're booked in with the correct registration, it'll let you in. I'm thinking, I bet you've got that pointed forwards. I've only got a number plate on the back, so it's not going to let me in on the bike, even though when I booked it said I have a bike. Let's see what's up here. Try and show you a bit more of the view. Old farmhouses up there. The one on the very left though looks brand new, and I bet he has a gorgeous view out without those bedroom windows in the morning. He's probably not a farmer anymore. He's probably something annoying like a consultant, but whatever. Let's see what's down here. That building down there is Drumsmittle School. It's called Keswick Caravan Park, but I'm actually in a place called Drumsmittle. Keswick is kind of the area, the county you could say almost. Not the county, but yeah, the area. And this particular place is called Drumsmittle, like a village. Right, this looks to be about as far as we can go. That's someone's driveway and someone's house. Up that way takes you to that posh house up there. So we won't go up there because that's literally his driveway. It's possible that what I've just walked up is private as well, but I'm not going to worry about it at 5:30 in the morning. It's probably fine, but we'll count it as private, and that's definitely private in there as well. So this is about as far as we can go, is this gate here, but that is probably the best view so far. Let's pan around. So caravan site is there. Inverness is there, the other side of those trees, and down. The suspension bridge, which hopefully my camera got some good footage of, is down there as well, which takes you into Inverness. And yeah, I keep mentioning the whole being on a timeline yesterday, and I really do wish I'd known, because it did kind of spoil the journey a bit. You know, I'd have happily arrived at say 7 or 8 o'clock and just gone easier on the bike and on myself and taken my time yesterday. and I think I would have enjoyed it more, but never mind. What's done is done. The rest of the trip, it's maximum 140 miles a day that I'm doing, so no rush whatsoever. Got all the time in the world to do that sort of trip. And like I say, you are literally 1 mile, 1.5 mile from Inverness here, but it is very peaceful. I can faintly hear the sound of lorries going on the A9 at the bottom of the valley. Well, it might be the A80 or something like that, but the motorway down there. Other than that, and by the time I get back to the caravan site, you wouldn't know. It's only a mile away. It is so peaceful. Right, I need a coffee to start the day, and then I need to get some breakfast in me. Let's get going. Let's get it done. Hello, you lot. You've all come running over to me. I don't have anything for you. I'm not the farmer. Can you say hello? Oh, I can't even get to you. Oh, fuck. Just staring at me. Can you say hello? Yeah. I'm not food, but I will stroke you. Yeah. Careful that barbed wire. Yeah, I've heard I don't have the food for you. Also, you guys look kind of young, so I'm probably not going to get too close. Mother cow there is looking at me very suspiciously. So, oh, you're barging in. You four must be the young'uns, that's why you're so curious. Yeah. No, I don't have anything for you. Sorry. I'll bring you a coffee in a minute, shall I? At some point, off the back of this, I will make a video detailing all the gear that I used on this trip. Again, for anyone who might be planning one. I did have the idea to do it before I went on the trip, but there just wasn't time with working and packing and planning and everything, so I'll do it after. And I suppose doing it after, I can kind of review how all the equipment performed as well. This morning we're having a Starbucks vanilla latte. Cheers. Here's to a good day.
So I said, let's have a good day, or let's do a good day, I don't know why I said that, and it was indeed a good day. All the days were good, in fact. Unfortunately, it wasn't really the best morning, as you'll find out in a minute. On the upside though, those little sachets of coffee were really good. I had one every morning on this trip, and I was pleasantly surprised every single time. Anyway, let's crack on.
Right, time to pack up. Right, need to get changed. Let's go.
2 hours later.
Right. That was an absolutely disastrous start to the day. I got the tent packed away, as you saw. Got everything ready. Went and got changed. And then it started raining. And I thought, it's only light rain, and it's meant to brighten up. I know. Pop down to McDonald's, it's only 3 miles away, get me some breakfast, and wait for it to stop. The second I left the campsite, oh my fucking god, the heavens opened. And I got absolutely soaked. I haven't taken the lock off this, I can't go anywhere yet, fuck's sake. So, my pants have soaked through. Love the way that goes off and nobody cares. Yeah, my pants have soaked through. Water was hitting the front of my jacket and has run down into my crotch, so my bollocks are soaked through. My jacket isn't as waterproof as it claims to be. It was starting to come through around the elbows, and the sleeves are soaked. They haven't repelled any water. So I think it's safe to say I need to redo the waterproofing on this shit. But it has brightened up. It's still threatening to rain, but it's not raining, so we're going to get going. Slight change of plans though. I was originally going to go meandering around like Applecross and all that lot, finally making my way over to Port Henderson, which is where tonight's campsite is. This one's got more facilities. It's got a restaurant, well, a cafe, and it's got washing and drying facilities, which I will probably end up taking advantage of. But it's also got electric hookup for tents, so I can recharge my battery packs and my phone and everything. Right, sat-nav is set. It's 74 miles, 1 hour 45 minutes, so we're going to get there around the time that you're allowed to check in. I will, of course, stop for fuel along the way, but there's not a mad rush to do that. Let's just back this out of here. Get comfy, as comfy as I can. I expect there's a petrol station around here somewhere. So yeah, I was cold and wet. I could barely see even my little phone holder for navigation. You have no idea I'm here, do you, fella? Misted up, so I could barely see that thing. It was just starting to run down into me boots when I got to McDonald's. All I'll say is, it's a good job I've brought extra socks. Oh fuck, speed bumps. I'll go around that. Where's the fucking exit? I'm just following this guy, but I don't think he knows where he's going. I think he's just driving down to Matalan. Right, can I get out down here? How do you get out? Oh, that's an exit there. Oh look, there's a petrol station right there. We're going to go in there. So yeah, it started siling it down. So I've got no footage of the ride because I was trying to protect my camera. Is it in here? I mean, it'd have been fine, but as soon as it started bouncing it down, I just stuck it in my rucksack. I thought, this is going to be useless anyway. I call that. All places to let. Can I rent a Tesco? So yeah, fucking disastrous start. So I've got soggy legs, soggy bollocks, slightly damp arms, and damp gloves. Once I've filled up, we'll have the heated grips on though, that should help dry my gloves. How the fuck do you get to the fuel? Must be this way. Oh, what the fuck, you can't get across it. Fucking Scottish car parks are a bunch of shit. Bloody Scottish. Honestly. Going on about freedom for 800 fucking years.
Oh, freedom!
You already have it. You can't design car parks, your money is silly, and the whole place is full of Germans. I'm joking about the Germans. They were actually quite good neighbours. I thought they were going to be up all night laughing in German. But no. I mean, I was pretty fucking tired, so they may have been doing that, but I didn't hear them. And then, after I'd had my morning coffee, I fell back asleep. I only woke up when they were all leaving, and they rode past me tent at 9:15. Otherwise, I'd probably still be there asleep. So, the Germans proved useful. Right. Oh, look, they have got E5 as well. I'm getting rained on even under here. Right. fill her up now, and then I can easily make it to the campsite. But yeah, originally I was going to go down to places like Apple Cross and muck around and explore. Instead, I'm going to go direct to the campsite, pitch the tent, yada yada, and then see what the weather's like. If it's brightened up, I can always go back out. But if it's staying miserable, I'm going to stay at the campsite. At least then I've got somewhere dry I can hide in the tent, and I don't get any wetter. Because the only thing worse than wearing wet clothing is having to put on wet clothing when you're already nice and dry. Yeah, if I get to the campsite, I've got the best chance of getting dry and then staying dry. There we go. Oh no. So that's 5 litres exactly that's taken, and it had done 68 mile. I should have fucked around in the car park some more, shouldn't I? I've done 69 mile. Giggity.
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
And it's a 13.5 litre tank, I looked it up, so yeah, it probably would do about 120, 130 mile on a tank, but I probably shouldn't push that to the extreme. I think refilling at 100 miles is ideal, but I don't need to worry about it as much as I was on the way up. Right, let's go pay. Number 9, please.
Are you on the receipt with it?
Nah, you're good, thanks. Cheers. Right. Right, let's go. It's fucking raining again. I should have set off. I was sat in McDonald's and it brightened up and stopped raining. I thought, oh, I'll finish my coffee and then I'll go. I should have just jumped straight on the fucking bike. It seems to be coming in from the east, and I want to head west, so with a bit of luck, I will outrun it. It's over there, it's blue skies. Behind me, it's miserable as fuck. Let's just get going. I can't avoid it, can I? Just got to get there. I'll have heated grips on 50 for now. See how that goes. 74 miles, and I've checked there's a petrol station like 2 mile from the campsite, so we don't need to worry about fuel, we just need to worry about getting there alive, and hopefully not too wet. This is fine, this is light drizzle, this is no worse than I had yesterday for a short time. Earlier was fucking horrendous, it was like riding through a shower block. I may as well have just parked my bike in the shower and sat there, at least it'd have been warm. It does highlight, however, that I really need to look at some better riding gear when I get home. That can be another lesson learnt. We'll beat you, camper van. There we go. Yeah, blue skies ahead. That's what we want. Let's go. Oh fuck, back onto the A9. I never want to see the A9 again. As long as I fucking live, I don't want to see that fucking road, and yet here it is! Right. Now, unfortunately, audio quality is going to suffer now, but there's not a lot I can do about it. I've been waving and nodding to every biker I've seen. What's interesting is I do that when I'm at home, and I don't know, I'd say a third, maybe a quarter actually do it back. Up here, it's like 99%. You know, even the ones that are overtaking you give you a wave. Now, whether or not that's just because people are more friendly in Scotland, I don't know if people are more friendly in Scotland. Their accent makes them sound terrifying, but, you know, whatever. Here we go, over the bridge.
fuck is that?
Just pulled over for a stop. Batteries had gone in the camera. Got 48 miles to go, but it is actually really quite warm now. I'm almost dry. There's only me bollocks to dry out. So let's get some pictures though. I've brought my big camera with me, but if I'm honest, this phone does a fantastic job. There was a lock further down the valley, that direction, and I don't know when the camera cut out, but the road is winding around the shore of it, and then there's a railway to my right, and the railway follows the road, and there's no fence or banking. It's like literally they had a barrier, like a motorway style crash barrier, and then the railway is there. So if a train had been coming along, I'd have been racing the train. And I was saying, it's epic. I am having the time of my life right now. Absolutely fantastic. This route and these roads so far, they're like something out of Top Gear. When they go on their specials on the adventures and you see them going on all these epic roads in foreign countries. Yeah, absolutely brilliant. So, and if there'd been a train for me to race against, that'd have been even better. That'd have really been like an adventure. Sadly, there wasn't anywhere to pull over and get pictures by the lock. It's not a lake, it's a lock. But you'll just have to take my word for it. It was epic. And yeah, I'm sure there'll be plenty more to come. Interestingly, the phone is staying charged as well. So I don't think it is the phone. I think it's the charging port on the bike. I've had to pull the wire out ever so slightly to get it to do it. So I might need a new wire, or perhaps a new port. Right, let's get back on it. I am feeling nice and dry though. Thank God. Turning my heated grips back off. It's actually really warm, although there is an horrible rain cloud behind me. So I'm going to get going again. Let's just try and get there, shall we? The bike is performing superbly as well. Yamaha really know how to build them. Right, we all sealed up. Yep. Good. Now I actually missed the turn off, so I need to go back on myself. What I didn't know was this NC500 is it's marked. There's signs to help you follow it, the route. That's really bad of me. Chin strap. There we go. That's better. Oh look, the railway is there. Literally the other side of those plants. And the speed limit for it. Oh Jesus. I get to overtake it. perfect spot for a chocolate bar. Oh. There's the train I was wanting to race against. Look at those carriages. Interesting. Right, let's set off again. These lads in front of me have turned up in a classic Mini, covered in stickers. It's got the rally lights on the front, the jerry can on the top. They look like they're having the time of their life, to be fair to them. That does look like fun. I do wish I'd done something like that with my mates back when I was their age. We talked about it, but we had different interests. Not all of my mates could drive either. I think I was the only one of my close circle of friends that could drive. I did have a thought on the way over, and it's about travelling. Now, when you finish school and before you go to university, there's always talk of travelling, and plenty of people do it. They go off and they travel the world. Now, I could never afford to do that. You know, you just can't do it. And I mean, I've heard of people's going off and, you know, they'll get odd jobs, you know, I don't know, picking fruit and such like, and, you know, earning a few quid and paying their way around. But really, you need to either have a lot of money saved up or have parents, relatives that are willing to just constantly send you money and bankroll you whilst you're out gallivanting. So yeah, I couldn't afford to do it. Would I have liked to? Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to have gone travelling the world, and I hope to one day be able to do that in adulthood. But what I would say to the youth of today is, if you're wanting to do something like that, but you can't afford to go around the world, that isn't your only option. You know, I just went and got a job and spent the summer getting ready to go to university. I literally just worked at Asda the entire summer, built up as much money as I could, and then just went and got pissed for the next 3 years. Going abroad isn't your only option. Come here and do this. Doesn't have to be on a motorbike, doesn't have to be on a car. You can cycle it. There was a train just went past a minute ago. Christ, you can even hike if you want to. Probably will take you all year if you want to hike, but you can do it. But yeah, don't think you have to do the whole round the world for an entire year, spending boatloads of money. You just don't. You don't have to do it. You can have just as much of an experience coming out here. And yeah, it's great out here. I am loving it. I've just video called my fiance as well to say this is where we're spending our honeymoon, and that's the end of the matter. We haven't started planning the wedding yet, but I've already got the honeymoon sorted, you know. Priorities. Right, next stop promises even more spectacular views. Let's get going. Train! It's stopped there! How do you get down to this railway station? I want to have a look. Is it down here? Can I go down there? Yeah, let's go down there. Yes! Yeah, railway station, that's what we want. Oh geez. Chap's bike on the verge there. I hope he's alright. Don't know how he's got it there, but I've gotten distracted again. Let's go have a look at this. The Royal Scotsman. That looks like it'd be a fun train journey. That looks awesome. These steps have seen better days. What's up here? Oh, look at this. How cool is it up here? So the sign down there says stop, obtain token and permission to proceed, and you can see just in front it goes to a single line, so presumably he's waiting here for a train to come down this way before he can then head up. But this looks cool. It's a diesel locomotive at the front, the sort that you'd normally see pulling 50 odd coal trains, coal trolleys or whatever they are. And then the front one is marked as the observation carriage. There doesn't look to be anyone in it, but it looks pretty nice inside. And then this one directly below me is the dining car. That's full of people, and it looks like a fancy restaurant. And then behind me appears to be all the seating. They've called it the Royal Scotsman. Not the Flying Scotsman, obviously, but still pretty cool. Let's go down the other side and have a look. The driver's just got his feet up. He's got his sandwiches up on the dashboard. He's just on his phone. No idea how long he's going to be here for. But yeah, looking in through the windows of the dining car, it does look like a very posh restaurant. And it's 1:20, so yeah, that makes sense. People are going to be eating. This front one here, the observation car, looks like some sort of lounge. It's just full of sofas and all sorts. It looks like a very old-fashioned type of train. Oh, here comes the train. It's a standard passenger train. It's not fancy like this. Yeah, that's coming in, and I imagine this geezer will clear off. Lady there just getting on. She looks like staff. She's got a blouse and a waistcoat. Looks very railway-esque, and a kilt to go with it. Let's go further back before they all clear off. See what's back here. Are these going to be regular seating for passengers? Oh, look. That's a full-on kitchen as well. It's got all the tickets and a chef in there. I bet these people paid a lot of money for this.
Yes. Yes, they did.
That's another dining car. And that is a sleeper cabin. That's cool. Ah, sweet. So they're sleeper cabs. Yeah, there's a little bed and everything inside. I wonder how long you're on this thing then. Oh, I think he's getting ready to go. The blue light at the front now is flashing. So presumably that means he's... I know nothing about railway signals other than red means danger. Fucking stop. If you don't stop, you die. Oh, here we go. Look, it's... Yep, getting ready to go. Right. Very cool. Very cool. Right, let's carry on. I have decided I am going to do Applecross after all. It started raining a little bit back there, but it stopped and it weren't too bad. And yeah, the weather seems to be holding off, so we'll keep going. I don't really want to let a bit of rain and a bit of discomfort cut short my trip. For one, it's the NC500, not the NC420, for example.
Head southwest towards A832.
Haven't even set off and I'm already distracted by something else. There's a petrol pump. What's that there for? Oh, it's not a petrol pump. It's a bloody vegan electric charger. Buh. No, thank you. That's that chap's motorcycle. I hope he's alright. No fucking idea how he's got it there though. He must have come down that verge and it's ended up there. Been there a long time though. There's plants growing through it. Seats being taken off. It may not have been an accident, you know, it may just be abandoned. Whatever. Let's carry on. Holy shit. Can I just say, this is fantastic. I am having the time of my life riding today. It doesn't matter that I'm cold and wet in June. This is just wonderful. This is just great. I could sit here all day, but I need a wee and I'm getting really very cold, so I need to get to the next town over. But that is just great. The camera just doesn't do it justice. just noticed as well, the bike has just ticked over to 17,000 miles on the clock. 17,004 to be exact. Can't remember how many were on it when I got her, but I think it's reasonably safe to say this is the most work this bike has done in its life. Right, let's go down that hill.
Can I just say, these signs were everywhere after this point in the route, and there didn't seem to be any enforcement of it, but people were respecting it. I really think we need these all over the country, and they need to be enforced as well, because the 40 Everywhere Brigade are an absolute menace to society around where I live. Jesus, what am I letting myself in for here? I need a 5-minute break. Road to Applecross, Bailick Nabar, maybe? This road rises to a height of 2,053 feet with gradients of 1 in 5 and hairpin bends. Not advised for learner drivers, very large vehicles or caravans and motorhomes after the first mile. Fucking hell. Alternative low-level route is 7.5 miles back that way. Right, I suppose I need to just get on with it. Okay. I will record as much of this next bit as I can, but we're not going to get all of it. I'm at least 30 minutes away, according to Google. That assumes, of course, that I'm going to be doing 60 miles an hour on this road, and I certainly ain't doing that. I've changed the batteries, that's not an issue. The issue is there's only 24 minutes worth of recording space left on the camera. It's got a 256 gig SD card in it. Chap behind me reading the sign thinking fuck. But the SD card is nearly full. All the footage from the first 2 days. I do of course have another one. I have another camera with another 256 gig SD card in it. But it's A, buried deep in my luggage and I don't feel like getting it out. And B, I'm not even halfway around and I've already filled up an entire SD card. Yeah. Stop here a second. I've been naughty again, forgot my chin strap. There we go. Right. to come past. This guy's brought his tipper. Oh, dearie me. Keep the bucket down, mate. Please don't start tipping stuff out. God, we've got to go all the way up there. He's going in there. Excellent. Oh. Cheers. I mean, I was going to let you at the next passing point, bud, but you know, alright. Jesus, my ears just popped. I wonder how high up. Well, I'm approaching 2,000 feet. Good. Cheers. This bit's Alright, I know I said I'm short for time, but that is too good of a picture. Alright, let's carry on. 8.5 miles. Again. I'm riding into the clouds. Holy shit. I've never ridden into the clouds before. I've driven into them once, I think. It was alright driving in them, it was just a bit foggy and wet. Had a thought, hopefully the camera's still rolling. If I break down up here, the AA are not gonna like me. I'm going to ride into a cloud. I'm going to steal all your data. Seriously though, this is proper adventure bike riding. Work now. Come on guys, up, please, just drive forwards. Please don't stop on the hill. Cheers. Guys, I don't have another gear to go down to. Go on. This is a bit bloody bleak up here. How can I still be going uphill? down now.
And that is, unfortunately, all she wrote on Applecross Pass. I do regret looking back, not just changing the memory card out on the camera so I could have filmed the whole thing, because it was pretty epic. Everyone I've talked to since coming back from this trip has asked me, did you do Applecross Pass? But you live and learn. I went into this, I'd researched campsites and where I wanted to stay and how far apart they were, but I'd done almost no other research on like sites and things I wanted to see. I literally just wanted to ride the route. So yeah, never mind. I am thinking of doing it again, perhaps next year or maybe the year after. A few people have said if you've done it clockwise, which I did, go back and do it anti-clockwise, and it's supposedly a very different experience. I'm a little dubious, I don't see how different it can actually be, but maybe I'll give it a go. I haven't yet decided where my next big adventure is going to be. I can, however, describe what it was like the rest of it, I suppose. Once I started going back downhill, the main thing that stuck in my mind was I couldn't engine brake down the other side of the hill. Anyone who's ridden a motorbike will know they engine brake really well. When I was doing my lessons, my instructor said, if you're slowing down, make sure you press the brake, even just very lightly so that your brake light comes on. Because people don't expect bikes to slow down as quickly as they do. And a lot of people get rear-ended because their brake light isn't on. But, going down the other side of Applecross Pass, I've got the bike in first gear, clutch all the way out, and it's running away from me. I had to be on the brakes the whole way down the other side just to control my speed, which was an interesting experience. However, the Virago took it well. I was waiting for the brakes to start fading, but no, not at all. It really is a cracking machine. Got some pictures about halfway down the other side. In the distance I could just see a nuclear submarine. I'm not sure if you're supposed to see them. I don't know. If after this video goes live I suddenly stop uploading, then, well, I guess the SMP got me. Never mind. The other unfortunate thing is I got to Applecross, but it was getting that late in the evening that nearly everywhere was closed. Everything where except the petrol station. So there wasn't much to see when I got there. After that, I left the camera off. I was concentrating on the riding because, believe it or not, the roads actually got even worse than Applecross Pass, if you can imagine that. I had one more curiosity stop when I came across a dam down on one of the roads. I was ready for a break anyway. And then the next stop after that was the campsites, both of which I will show you in a minute. In conclusion though, Applecross Pass, if you get the opportunity to drive it, ride it, cycle it I suppose, then go for it. It's certainly an experience, that's for sure. Right, back to the rest of the trip.
I've stopped. There's no possible way to make it to the campsite before the office closes, but I'm not overly concerned about that because it says on the instructions they've got AMPR for the barrier, so I should be able to get in. And if not, it's only a small motorbike. I'm sure there's a fucking way in. I just hope their cafe/restaurant is still open when I get there. Oh, I realised a few miles back I've actually been on the bike nearly as long as I was yesterday doing 600 mile up the motorway. Except I've only done maybe 140. Granted, I have been stopping and getting off a lot more, more time for shenanigans and walking around. Oh, much lower speeds, much bumpier roads. I filled up at Applecross. They have a little community filling station, which is great because it's a really isolated place. Maybe a bit pricey, $147 for unleaded, but I was expecting that. The cafe and everything was shut. I set the sat-nav from there and it came up 61 miles, 2 hours. And so, yeah, averaging 30 mile an hour, it's probably right. And that's as fast as I dare go. But yeah, I just had to stop because my knees are killing me again and it was getting hard to work the gears. I've never been so bloody busy on the gears on a bike. Fuck me. I'll tell you what. probably not supposed to, but let's walk down here. Have a look what's down here. This says it's part of SSE's renewable energy. So this dam, although it's very small as dams go, must therefore be hydroelectric. There's a sign up there. It says this is a drinking water supply. Let's go to the top of the hill and have a look. I just got rained on as well about 10 minutes ago, so I am soaking fucking wet again. Yeah, look at that. It's a random rowboat in the middle. Don't know why, but there we go. So it looks like if it overflows, it flows down into there. But the only place that's actually letting water is over there, which I'm assuming is where the generator is then. Or it's somewhere under the dam. Yeah, because if we look over there, that's fenced off, but there is water both sides of it. It's not a walkway, so that'll be to stop, silly swimmers and boats and such like being sucked into the turbine. And then presumably it's let out through there, and then that will then, I guess, feed down somewhere. Just feed down through the valley. I'm also assuming at some point somewhere it's pumped to people's houses if this is also drinking water. I don't know. Could be interesting if it ever did overflow. Because this area down here is wet. But if the dam ever did overflow, it would be just a torrent. I'm guessing that doesn't happen very often because there's like trees and shit growing down there. So, I don't know. Right. A van driver just slowed right down to look at me. Gave me a right funny ass look, so probably knows I'm not supposed to be in here. So I'll head back to the bike. I'm only 6 miles from the campsite now, so next time you see me, I should hopefully be in my tent. Okay, that is, day 2 of the NC500, day 4 of the holiday done. Is it day 3? It's day 3, I'm being daft. Day 3 of the holiday finished. Pitched the tent. Unfortunately ran into a Scottish male Karen. Fortunately not a very big one. Basically just refused to do what I asked, and then he just went back inside and gave up. So not a very good Karen, I'll give you a 1 out of 10 for effort. I've come over the top of the sand dunes at Sands Caravan Park to look out at the sea. And it's gorgeous here. It is very windy and quite cold. It's really wish I'd brought a jacket and some trousers, but never mind. I suppose I could always put my bike jacket on if I was really cold, but I can't be arsed. Conclusions for today. It has easily been the most challenging day of riding I've ever had. Crossing over Applecross Pass. Oh my god. I mean, there was only 20 minutes of it recorded, that's all that was left on the camera, and my god, it was like some narrow mountain goat path, and it's busy with bikes and cars and construction traffic somehow. It's too narrow and winding to get HGVs or even large vans up there. There were no camper vans or anything going up there, they don't fit. So they were having to drive the steamrollers and the dump trucks and the JCBs up to the top of this fucking mountain. It was mad, but I suppose there's no other way of doing it. I think the whole road is due to be resurfaced. But yeah, utter madness going up there. And at one point I got stuck behind a Nissan Qashqai, of all things, that was going so slowly I couldn't even ride in first gear. I had to keep slipping the clutch to match their speed and not go into the back of them. And there's signs all the way up that say police notice, allow traffic to pass you, right? And that's not just coming towards you, that's, they're going faster than you, and they're just ignoring it, and whenever a car did come the other way and they had to move in, they'd move in and stop in the middle of the passing point, which meant when there's a big queue of traffic behind them, they're then just blocking the road. And everyone's beeping and waving, move forward, and they're just not doing it. You know, yeah, utterly ridiculous. Should not be on the road, let alone a road like that. But made it all the way to the top. I did think about taking a picture, but I was riding in the clouds. We actually went up that high. I rode into a cloud. Yeah, and then coming back down the other side, I had the bike in first gear, trying to engine brake, and it's just running away. I was just on the brakes the whole time. It was so steep and winding. Yeah, not as bad coming down because the Nissan Qashqai had eventually moved out of the way, but still, fucking hell. But yeah, did that, made it to Applecross, filled up with fuel, and then started making my way here to the campsite. It's called Sam's Caravan Park. I keep saying it's Port Henderson. It's not. It's like a couple of villages down, but close enough to Port Henderson. Yeah, and that journey took 2 hours. 61 mile took took about 2.5 hours. I stopped a couple of times because my arse was hurting. But again, narrow single track road. It didn't go over the mountain like the pass did. Instead, it just followed the valley and stayed along the coast. I can actually kind of see the coast that I was on from here. I'll show you in a minute. But equally narrow and winding and busy, and my average speed was probably about 20 miles an hour. Well, I know it was because after an hour of riding, I had to get off the bike, take a break, have a piss, and I'd done 20 mile. I felt like I should have done like 80. It was really hard work, but really happy I did it. I've had challenging rides before where I've been miserable. This was the most challenging, but also the most rewarding. So yeah, good day, very good day. I am once again regretting not bringing trousers and a jacket with me because I am getting really quite cold sitting here. So I think the highest it got up to today was 16 degrees, which is 10 degrees less than it was predicted to be when I left my parents. Actually, no, I tell a lie, more than that, because it was 29 degrees when I set off my parents. 29 degrees at 8:30 in the morning. That's how much of a difference it makes. That will be going in lessons learned. It is a lot colder up here, even in June. And I'm not even the furthest north I'm going to go either. I may have to get a jacket. So, but yeah, only downside, and I'm going to go and check it now, is the back tyre on my bike looks fucked. When I left, I checked all my tread depths and pressures and everything, and they were good. The back tyre it's not new, but it looked good. It had a good like 3-4 millimeters on it. It looks a bit smooth now, so I'm going to go check it, and if it is as fucked as I think it is, I may have to go back to Inverness tomorrow and get another tyre put on, which is an expensive one. It's mileage I don't want. One does all the progress today, and it also means that to get from there back to the campsite it'll be about 300 miles, which is not what I wanted to do. Unfortunately, there is not a single motorcycle repair shop north of Inverness according to Google, so I'll have to do it if it's as knackers as I think it is. I only glanced at it earlier because I wanted to go get some food. I had fish and chips. It was mediocre. But yeah, if it is as knackers, it might just be from riding it on the grass. You know, maybe I didn't look properly. But yeah, I did check it this morning as well before I left, after doing, you know, the 400 miles on the motorway, thinking that, you know, just in case I've like flattened it off or squared it off, as people say, and it looked fine. But today has obviously been a much harder on that tyre because it was just constantly winding and braking and accelerating. The bike did perfect, absolutely brilliant. Yeah, like I say, it wasn't very high speed. You know, I count on one hand the number of times I made it to 60 mile an hour, say. But yeah, constant braking, then accelerating again, uphill, you know, downhill, constantly in low gear, and motorbike's engine brake hard. But it wasn't enough. I was still accelerating, so I was on the brakes sometimes for, you know, several hundred yards, maybe more, just trying to control my speed down on these narrow mountain passes. So yeah, I need to go check that. I'm not doing anything with it tonight because what's the point? Everywhere's shut. So yeah, tomorrow could be back to Inverness and then back onto the route, which will be probably about 300 mile, which I'm not looking forward to, but means must, I suppose. Right, back in that tent, get warmed up. Quick look before I go inside. I said I'd show you the view. So this is the campsite that I'm staying at. So all up there is caravan parking and some motorhomes. Then you come round at the back, they've got static caravans and those bloody glamping pods are £200 a night, fucking ridiculous. Oh wait, yeah, I'm over there, so toilet block there, and then that third white van on the right, next to that, that's where the Scottish mail account is, next to me. Can't quite see my tenant bike from here, but that's where I am. And then this is where I've come from. So I came along this coastline here to get to the campsite. The road runs along the back of it there. The entrance is just over there. But I'll check the map. I believe I've actually come from over there. I just made my way around in and out. Because at some point I could see the sea, but it was on the wrong side of me. I felt like I was going in the wrong direction, but I think what I was actually doing was making my way inland so that I could then make my way out again. But yeah, this is the view. There's an island right out there, as far as I know. There's no way to get to it. No, tough. But there we go. And I'll be heading up that way with any luck, as long as I don't have to go back to fucking Inverness. Right, now I'm really cold. I'm going to bed. See you tomorrow.
Previously on the Fenland Biker.
That'll wake you up in the morning.
Right, that was an absolutely disastrous start to the day. Bloody Scottish. Honestly. You can't design car parks, your money is silly, and the whole place is full of Germans. Almost dry, there's only me bollocks to dry out. The bike is performing superbly as well. Now I actually missed the turn off, so I need to go back on myself. What's really bad of me? Chin strap. This is a perfect spot for a chocolate bar. Haven't even set off and I'm already distracted by something else. It's a bloody vegan electric charger. No, thank you. I am having the time of my life riding today.
Jesus, what am I letting myself in for here?
Right, I suppose I need to just get on with it.
And now, the conclusion.
Good morning. We're on to day 4. It is currently 6 o'clock in the morning. It was not the best of nights. We had a very wet and windy night last night. So got off to sleep alright. Probably about 10:30, 11ish. And then was awoken again at about 2 o'clock in the morning by just a torrential downpour of rain on the tent and a load of wind to go with it as well. Yeah, that woke me up. Managed to get back to sleep, but then I've woken up again needing the loo at 6 o'clock and I'm up now, so fuck it. I'll have to carry on. The plan today is the tyre on the bike. I think it'll be okay to finish the route. What I'm going to do is try and get it booked in Inverness before I make the long ride back home, the 400 mile jobby. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'll make some phone calls a bit later today. Oh shit, they had a worse night than me.
Today, weather is going to be pretty much what it is now, cold and miserable. It's not supposed to rain till about midday, so the plan is have a coffee, get packed up, showered, and then just go straight to the next campsite. And if I see a shop that can sell me a jumper along the way, then I'll do that. Right now, let's go and get a coffee. Nice hot drink to start the day, makes you feel better. It may sound like I'm doing an awful lot of complaining, but I am actually really enjoying myself, even if it is fucking freezing in June. But for now, I'll just put my bike jacket back on. Right, come on, hurry up and boil so I can have my coffee. Alright, what am I on now? 1, 2, day 4. I'm on day 4. Just had a nice hot shower, which when you're on a trip like this works wonders. I feel so much better now. As I said, bit of a sleepless night. Coffee has sorted me out nicely. You can tell it was frigging cold because I went to start the bike this morning to ride it down to the shower block, because I packed up all the tent, everything, loaded the bike, ready to go. Yeah, I went to start the bike, had to use the choke. Yeah, it's still not 100% happy. She'll warm up, but using the choke in June. What the hell, Scotland? Also just watched the chap park his BMW GS with full BMW luggage in the motorhome service bay. I thought that's acceptable because it itself is the size of a motorhome. Ah, good. The sat-nav wants me to go back the way I came, which is fine because I'm fairly sure I saw a petrol station down there. 101 miles to the next campsite, and the plan is to go straight there. Same plan it's been every day so far, so I think we know that's not going to happen. Is this going to open for me? From barrier. I don't fancy stopping. It's not on a fucking hill, so we're just going to go around you. Thank you. Oh. Haven't had breakfast yet. I'm sure there'll be somewhere on the way. If not, I haven't even cracked into my food supply yet, apart from the chocolate bars, so...
Turn right onto B8021.
What's he doing? Is the shop open yet? Doesn't look to be open. No. No, it says closed. Fine. So, quick jaunt to the petrol station. I'm quite glad we're not going left, because, well, it's yet another single track road. I've just passed is where the Germans were staying.
It is actually really very pretty out here. I really wish I could have afforded to take longer on this trip. Say spend 2 days in each place rather than just one night and then move on. It is what it is. There's more bikers down there. Now, where's that fucking petrol station? I think it was that way. I'm gonna go that way. I was right, it's just there. And it's already full of bikers. Right. Petrol. Alright, off we go again. I found a place that does motorbike repairs right next to John O'Groats. Why Google didn't show me that before, he insisted on telling me that everything I needed was back in Inverness. I tried to call them, but the phone signal was so poor it wouldn't connect, so we're going to ride for a little while, maybe get to the top of this big hill for example, and see if we can get any better phone signal. Faster than I am. Faster than that already. See if we can't keep up with the guy on the side, can I? Surely he's not going to go that quick. Stuart doing the edit here. I realise editing this section of the video that we get a pretty good view of my speedo. It's probably just that the chest mount ended up at a slightly lower angle than I normally have it. Doesn't really matter, it still looks good as far as I'm concerned. But I imagine some of you are now wondering why I'm riding so slowly, barely reaching 60 mile an hour most of the time. I'll admit I'm not the most confident rider, but the main reason is the condition of these roads. As we'll see shortly, these roads are challenging enough without having to go super fast on them. Oh, Jesus. He just ended up on that grass verge. I thought he was going off. Jesus. It's not stopping, so... Well, wherever he's gone, I've lost him. Hopefully he's just riding faster than I am. Oh wait, no, I think I see him there. Let's make sure he's alright. Are you okay? I saw up there.
Only a little bit grass.
Oh right.
Down there.
Oh okay. Well, as long as you're okay. Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah. Alright. Right. His wife is in the sidecar. I bet she's giving him a right bollocking.
You're a stupid man! A stupid man!
Whoops.
Jag är där och de här kommer runt 3 personer som tar över. Jag är väl så kan man inte rum. Men jag kan ändå vara det nog bättre. 4. Den är tid. Jag kan hålla det så från. Helvete.
Look at this. That is gorgeous. And as far as I can tell, that's the island I was looking at last night. I think it must be. It's just the other side of it. Let's look on the map. Full fucking phone signal up here. Great. So, let me see. No, it's not. I tell a lie. It is a completely different island. So, I was over there. The other side of that mountain. And yeah, I've come up and over the top of it. Yeah, following the sidecar. And now this is a completely different mountain. Except I can see houses on that island. How cool is that? Let's get a picture of this shit. Yeah, looking at that, there's a number of boats, what looks like a dock, and then I can see what is presumably a farmhouse right in the middle, and the fields around it have walls and fences. I can see it. So someone has a farm on that little island. I don't see any, like, sheep or anything, so it's obviously not a very big farm, maybe not an active one, but at some point someone has said, I am going to have a farm away from everyone because everyone can fuck off. I mean, fair play to them. But I mean, imagine living there and then you have to go do a food shop. Jesus. Right, let's try and make this phone call because somehow, being up here, I have full phone signal, and yet in the town there was no phone signal at all. Typical.
A few moments later.
Right. That is the bike booked in. I'm not going back to Inverness. I found a place called AMS Motorcycles, which looks to be about 15 miles south of John O'Groats. Gave her the tyre size. She's going to order it in. And they'll see me Friday afternoon. About 3, which is a bit later than I wanted. It means I won't be getting to Keswick Caravan Park until like 7. But Keswick isn't exactly secure, so turn the bike on, it tends to work better, Stuart. So all I need to focus on now is having a nice, safe, steady ride for today and tomorrow. shouldn't be too difficult. It just gets better and better, does this? I don't even care that I'm not going that fast. Go on then, I think we'll stop here. Not a bad shout. Where should we go? Ooh, fuck me, that's a bit of a bump. Not bad. Once more. This is the problem. It's a 2-hour ride, but I stopped 20 times to look at the scenery. Although I think you'll agree this one was worth stopping for. Apart from the wind, fuck me. Yeah, it's gorgeous. Fishing boat down there. There is. Down here, where is it? Down there. I don't know how you get to it because I can't see any roads. But yeah, I've just been on the WhatsApp chat that I'm in. Everyone's complaining it's far too warm to be riding back where I live. I'm fucking freezing. Right, I do need to get a move on now. Jesus, that wind makes me want to put my helmet back on. That is bitter. It wasn't this bad on Applecross Pass, and I was in the bloody clouds then. Still got like 2 hours to go. The reason I'm keen to get to this site early, though, I think I mentioned this earlier, or yesterday, or at some point, I can't remember if I did or not, is they don't take bookings for tents. They take them for camper vans and caravans, but it literally just says first come, first serve. So we'll get here early or you'll be turned away if there's already too many tents. Doesn't say how many. Oh Jesus. Doesn't say how many spaces they have, how likely it is that you're going to get full up. I mean, tents are only small, so they should have loads of room, but then again, it's obviously not their priority, is it? So yeah, I'm keen to get there. Also, if I get there early enough and I get the tent set up, get all the gear off the bike, I can maybe go and explore the local area on a bike that doesn't weigh as much as a house. That'd be nice. What kind of a road is this? Someone's just left some timber there. Great. Man 100 yards back stopped his bike. Not to take pictures, not to have a break, but to have a shit. Off the side of a Scottish mountain. Not what I wanted to see on my holiday. A middle-aged GS rider's bare arse. Never mind. Also, since that last stop on the windy mountain, you haven't seen... I've had no one in front of me or behind me. A couple of bikers at the side of the road. Not broken down, just taking pictures and shit. But yeah. I feel like I've got the Scottish countryside to myself at the moment. It's lovely.
That's a bit spectacular.
That's alright, that, yeah. Oh, that's not half bad. It's only supposed to be a 2-hour ride, but I've been at it 3 hours. I keep seeing stuff like this and having to stop. That is gorgeous, isn't it? Shame about the deforestation, but never mind. Right, must crack on. Actually getting kinda peckish now. That will be the air ambulance flying over. Not sure where it's going, but if that thing's out, you know it's serious. Mind you, I don't know where the nearest hospital is out here. I suspect it's in Inverness. Minimum 2 hours by road. It's a hell of an ambulance journey. I get the feeling they're perhaps more willing to use the air ambulance out here than they are in, say, Cambridge. Or Peterborough, where you can get across the entire city in 20 minutes. Because it just has really good roads. Alright. Let's count it. I need to try and stop it. Put it in gear and I might actually be able to go. Oh, someone's done a burnout. And then the tyre tracks lead off the cliff. That's what you get for being a bellend, I guess. Thought I'd stop here. So I saw this. I thought, oh, that might be a nice little shelter. I've no idea what it's for. It's just, well, I suppose it would make a nice shelter if you were stuck out here. Wouldn't keep you warm, but keep the rain and the wind off you to some extent. No idea whose that Range Rover is either. It's parked up, it's locked, there's nobody in it, and there's no one around either. Oh, there is a boat down there. It looks like it's been there years. I don't see anyone out on the water. Apparently this is Loch Awe. So yeah, Lord knows where Mr. Range Rover's gone. He might have gone hiking, he might be halfway up that bloody mountain by now. But yeah, there's an official parking spot. Another 400 yards down the road, I can see it. It looks rammed. So this is quite nice. I think it's time for a chocolate bar though. Yeah, 'cause the riding today is not as challenging as yesterday. Yesterday was hard work. Good fun, like I said. Really enjoyed it. Glad I've done it, because I was thinking of skipping Applecross and just going straight to the campsite. But it was hard work. Very challenging. Today, less challenging. It's more open roads. I could do some higher speeds. As yesterday, I think I barely reached at 60 all day. So most of the time I was 40 or under. Where have all my bloody chocolate bars gone? But a lot more fun. Because, like I say, higher speed. The roads are more open, you could say. Sure, it's meant to sound like that, mate. The roads are more open, so instead of coming up to a bend and you can't see round it, or the crest of a hill and you can't see over it, you've got no idea what's coming. So naturally you have to slow down, because there could be fucking anything round the corner. It's all nice and open, gently winding. You can maintain a reasonably high speed. And it's really quiet. Plenty of people packed in laybys. But I'm just riding for mile after mile, barely seeing another soul. Plenty of people going the other way. I feel like I'm going the wrong way round, but yeah. Anyway, take my helmet off. Oh, knock the camera off. Just have 5 minutes to enjoy my chocolate bar. I've made the unfortunate mistake of knocking the sat-nav off in an area where I've got no phone signal, so it won't restart navigation now. It's loaded the map because I can scroll through it, but it won't restart the navigation, so we'll just have to ride for a bit and then try and restart it. But looking at the map, pop that open, I literally stay on this road and then I'm there. It's like 20 miles of this road, which is the A894, I think it said. Yeah, I keep going down this road, and it's on the left in about 20 miles. Gently over this gravel. Anyone coming? No, we're good.
So I know I said I was going to stopping and get there, but I pretty quickly stopped doing that, and I stopped.
That looks interesting. Back here. I think we do.
Right, I know I keep stopping, and I know each time I stop I keep saying I need to hurry up and get there. I'm not stopping again. Well, I've stopped again. Because I mean, for one, look at this place. Two, it's around this corner. I get to go on an island. I'm going up there, that's what I'm doing. Let's go see what we can see.
Right, well that little jaunt has cost me the weather. If I'd kept going, I'd probably be there by now. Instead, I'm going to be arriving wet again. And cold. It is fucking cold. Obviously, I knew Scotland was colder than where I live. But it's over 30 degrees where I live at the moment. And it's not like I live in another country either. It's only 500 miles south. It's not really that far. Anyway, let's just get going. Let's have the heated grips back on. 60%. Sat-nav is set. It's 17 miles, should be 27 minutes to get there. Is what it says. I've made it to the campsite, and I think it's safe to say I've picked the best spot. Look at that. My tent is going right here to look out on that bay. Absolutely brilliant. I'm glad I got here early rather than messing around now.
Wait a minute!
Otherwise someone else might have taken this spot. But yeah, proper happy. Right, let's pitch the tent. Not bad for the night. And that is all she wrote for day 4. After I'd got the tent up and made my bed, I went and had a pint at the bar, relaxed for quite some time. Then the fish and chip van opened and I had easily the best fish and chips I've had in my life. It's difficult to describe, but they just ticked every box. They were absolutely delicious. I really wish I had the stomach for 2 portions, but I just didn't. But they were cracking. If that place wasn't 1,000 miles away from where I live, I'd probably go there every day and be the size of a house within a month. But yeah, they were great. I was planning on filming an episode of Strange Things from Across the Pond from the campsite, but when I got the food out, although it said Japanese all over it, the fine print revealed that it's actually made in the UK, so that was the end of that. It has to actually be from outside the UK. Those are the rules. Later on, as you can see on the screen, all of us at the campsite were treated to a lovely sunset over the Atlantic Ocean and this bay that we were in. It was a bit cloudy, but it was still very special to see, and it was such a calm and peaceful location. Really beautiful place to be spending the night. And as you'll find out in the day 5 video, it was even more beautiful in the morning. Really, truly lovely place to be. One other thing I did notice, and it made me chuckle, and I put all of this on Instagram as well. The owners of this campsite really love a homemade sign or a homemade notice. You can see on screen now, they were everywhere. When you went up to the office or the toilet block, they were just everywhere. They were all over the place. Look at that, bloody hell. Then there were more. And then there were more.
It just kept going. That was what you were greeted by when you arrived. Just all this stuff to read, and blimey. And then it just went on and on, and oh, bloody hell. Yeah, it really did make me laugh. Looking at all these signs, like nobody could possibly read all of these. And I seriously doubt anyone actually was reading them, but they were just all over the place. Anyway, that's it for day 4. Thank you for watching. I'll see you again in day 5.
There are worse views to wake up to in the morning, aren't there? This place really is gorgeous. I kind of wish I'd booked to stay longer here, maybe an extra day, but to do that now, I mean, I'd lose the booking at the next campsite, and I'd lose my booking for the tyre to be replaced, so I can't stay. I might have a bit of an explore when I'm ready to leave, but yeah, this is gorgeous. The wind has died down to almost nothing, very slight breeze, that's about it. The waves aren't even breaking. It is so gorgeous and peaceful out here. It's lovely. But yeah. Tell you what, I envy the people that live in those houses up there, waking up to this view every day. Bloody hell. I thought the views out of my house were good. Also, I didn't realise last night just how clean the water is. That's the bottom that you can see there. It's sort of like, the brown bits are obviously seaweed and such like, and then, yeah, that's just, it's completely clear water. Don't often see that in the UK. Yeah, fantastic. Right, time for a coffee. Right, here we go, day... Oh, I don't know what I'm on, day 5, perhaps? Can't really remember. Leaving quite possibly the prettiest campsite I've ever been on. Certainly serving the best fish and chips I've ever eaten. And today, our final destination is a campsite in Dunnet, near Dunnet Head, which is the northernmost point of mainland UK. Everyone always says it's John O'Groats. It's not. You look on a map and John O'Groats is like half a mile south of Dunnet Head. I'd say John O'Groats is probably the northernmost town. The town of Dunnet, if you can call it a town, village maybe, is slightly further south of it, but it's not the northernmost point. So, yeah, that's where we're going. We're going to be at the northernmost point of mainland UK. I believe we'll be able to see the Orkney Islands from there as well. And there's a viewing point, so yeah. First stop, however, though, will be obviously a petrol station first. And then I want to go to a place called Shegra. Or Shegra. I've got no idea how you pronounce half the stuff up here. I'm not even going to try. Now, this was going to be my alternative campsite if this one didn't pan out, if I got here and they were full. Turns out they were actually nowhere near full, so I needn't have worried. But it's an honour campsite. There's no facilities, no electric. I believe there's a fresh water tap somewhere, but that's it, and there's just a box that you put your money in. So I just kind of want to see it, because there were reports online that it was closed, but then there's also Google reviews going in from like 2-3 days ago. So how closed can it be? Scoury filling station, that's what we want. Just want to bloody do it now. Struggling for phone signal. It's alright, we'll go to the petrol station and it'll probably sort itself out by the time we get there. So yeah, I just kind of wanted to see it. Part of me wishes I'd gone there, but you know, 'cause it's proper wild camping as that, no facilities whatsoever. But then at the same time, this place was so gorgeous. Waking up to that view was fantastic, so I don't regret it that much. Plus having a pub on site, can't complain at that. Right, did I lock the top box? Yep, it's locked. Okay. Oh, let's get comfy. Get some air flowing through. It's actually quite a warm day today. That's good. Yep, we're good. Whoop, yeah. Oh, there's a petrol station right there, I can see it. There it is. Second one of these that I've seen. Little independently run place. It's just one pump. Well, I think this is two in one, but still. But then I suppose we are so isolated out here. What do we expect? Looks like they've only got E10, but never mind. Not a big deal. If I'm honest, I've had to take what I can get out here. The one that was like this down in Applecross only had E5. It had two choices of E5. You had 95 octane and 97 octane. So I went with the 97 octane. It's not possible to print the receipt. Do you wish to continue? Yes. Fuel unleaded. Your card is being verified. You can now start filling at pump 2. Lovely. That's exactly what the other one did. There we go. Just shy of 3 litres. Only done 43 miles since the last fill up, but I like to start the day on a full tank.
Head east on A894. Continue for 11 miles.
Yeah, the one in Applecross had a pump exactly like it. They're normally set up and run by the local community. Because otherwise the nearest filling station could be 50 miles away, you know, which would be another community run one. If that wasn't there, they might have to drive to Sodding Inverness for fuel. So yeah, I don't blame them at all for having them. The electric charging point there, public toilets. It really is a different way of life out here. Bicycle repair shop, apparently. Right. Okay, right. Let's go. way though. Where have they all gone? Oh, fuck, sheep. One sheep. Okay. Oh, there's more over there. Okay. God, sheep in the road. Again, mothers with their young. Oh Jesus, we're all having a run around. Shagra. I'm calling it Shagger. Jesus, this is a bit gravelly. Okay, now. Hear the gravel being kicked up in my mudguards. Jesus. It's safe to say I'm off the beaten track now. Now, is that Shagra? Shagra? I think it is. I looked at it on Street View. I think that's it up ahead. Not sure this necessarily counts as a road now. Oh, that's something as well. There seems to be two ways of spelling Shagra. S-H-E-I-G-R-A or S-H-E-G-R-A. And no one seems to really know the difference. It looks like it is closed. I can see the gate is closed and there's sheep in the field, in the actual campsite. So it's a really good job I got in at that first campsite then, because this wouldn't have been an option. I'd have ridden all the way down here and had to have looked for a plan C, which is unfortunate. Still, we can stop and have a break at least, can't we? Where can we go? Let's go over here on the grass. Oh. Right, well that was supposed to be Shagra Beach campsite. Doesn't appear to be open. I'll have a look, because I think I see a tent right the way down there. Right. You're going to have to walk past all the sheep. Right. We'll have a bit of a gander. I think I get it now. It is open. They just don't allow vehicles anymore. The reviews I saw online showed this gate being open and you drove down there or just camped in this field here. That's what it seemed to show, but they've changed that now. The gate is shut, absolutely no vehicles, because you've got wildlife literally there. Well, it's not wildlife, is it? It's sheep, farm animals right there. So if I had to come here last night, what I'd have had to have done is park the bike like these cars have over here and walk down there. And it looks like you have to walk right the way down there to the beach. I think what I'll do is I'll dump off my rucksack and we'll have a walk down and see what we can see. So yeah, it does look nice. And I'm in no rush to get to the campsite today either. So yeah, let's drop my rucksack off and let's go have a gander. I do see one tent down there near the beach. So presumably it is open then. Let's make his way slowly and quietly past all these sheep. I do see lambs, so the larger ones, the mothers, may not be overly keen to see me. Interesting, some have been sheared and some haven't. And one or two have been half sheared. I wonder what the logic is in that. He's off. Oh, I see people now as well. Or a people. I can see one tent over to the left, and then there's what looks like a bench or a sitting area over to the right. I have to say, the lambs are fun to watch. They've got that youthful curiosity about them still. Yeah. You see them looking at you and they're bounding around, their little ears twitching. Kind of reminds me of one of my dogs. She does that. Whereas the sheep, they're grown-ups, no fucks given, just eating, just nom 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 all day, every day, nom 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 nom. That's like the sixth sign I've said about not having fires. They must be really concerned about wildfires. You know what, this wouldn't have been such a bad place to pitch my tent after all. This is even more peaceful and beautiful than the last campsite. I mean, the last campsite had its upsides. It had a bar, it had a shop, it had hot showers, so I'm ready and feeling and smelling good for another day on the bike. Okay, motorcycle boots may not be the best boot for tackling this. There we go. Oh wow, look at this. And to think I could have had all this to myself last night. That is a terrible shame. I'm looking at how clean that water is as well. Damn. Damn and blast. How do I get down? Let's get some pictures. You know what I think could happen here? Early lunch. Definitely early lunch. Welcome to another episode of Strange Things from Across the Pond. There is the pond, and this is today's strange thing. Let's have a look. Right, so what have we got here? Well, this is a can of Campbell's Chunky New England Clam Chowder. Ooh! This came from the commissary on RAF Lakenheath, the American supermarket that I'm fortunate enough to have occasional access to. So it is a proper across the pond dish today, and this jumped out at me just because I'm a big fan of The Good Place, where they talk about clam chowder a fair bit.
And clam chowder is disgusting. It's just hot ocean milk with dead animal croutons.
So yeah, I saw it, had to have it. Also, I'm currently making my way around the NC500. At the moment I'm on Shegra Beach, which is a beautiful bay, and I've just watched a fishing boat come into the bay and drop anchor, and they've got some music playing. I can't tell what it is from the distance, but they look to be really living the life. It's a gorgeous sunny day for it. But yeah, that's what it is, clam chowder. It says soup that eats like a meal, Well, I suppose if it's chunky enough, it will, but I've never really thought of clam chowder as soup, but never mind. Anyway, so we have here net weight 18.8 freedom units, which is 533 grams. It says, catch you on the hearty side. Okay. Directions. Pour soup into a saucepan, heat up, stirring occasionally, which is good because I've got my camping stove to heat it up with, because, well, I'm camping. Do not add water. Good, because there isn't a supply of fresh water out here at the moment. I am really out in the sticks now. The nearest possible supply of fresh water is about 1.5 miles up the hill. It is ring pull as well, which is good because I don't have a tin opener with me. Yeah, oh, this looks good. I've never tried clam chowder before. It could be interesting. I've stopped here, decided to have a bit of an early lunch, and I thought, yeah, why not do something strange and from across the pond whilst I'm at it. Right, let's have a bit of a deeper look. So, nutritional information going up on the screen somewhere, and ingredients are clam stock. Okay, good start for clam chowder. Potatoes, clams. I mean, just those three straight away. Perfect. I was all ready to say, you know, it's clam chowder that doesn't contain clams, but whatever, there it is. Vegetable oil, which is corn, canola and or soybean oil. Celery contains less than 2% of modified food starch, water, wheat flour, salt, monosodium glutamate, soy protein concentrate, sugar, onions with 2 qualifying marks next to it. Okay. Spices, sodium phosphate, natural flavouring, disodium ionosinate, disodium guanylate, succinic acid, butter with 2 stars next to it as well, buttermilk, soy sauce, which is soybeans, wheat and salt, enzyme modified butter, whey protein concentrate, non-fat milk, whey, soy lecithin, and milk fat. Oh, the qualifying marks mean they're dried, so it's dried onions and dried butter. How do you dry butter? Is it still butter if it's dried? Discuss that in the comments. Right, well, apart from the long list of chemicals, that's pretty much what I would expect from clam chowder. You know, stock, potatoes, clams. Yeah, I imagine all this other stuff is just for American palates and a bit of preservatives, so yeah. Right, the instructions are simple. Heat it up in a pan and eat it. So let's do that. That's what it looks like out the tin. Pretty much what I was expecting. It looks very similar to the picture on the tin. Let's just pour it out. You know what? That actually looks really good. Yeah, I haven't even heated it up yet, but I can see, look, you've got chunks of potato in it, chunks of clam. Yeah, it's all there. That's great, is that? Yeah, let's get a bit of it. I won't eat it yet, but let's do a sniff test. So it smells like tinned soup. There's a quite distinct smell to tinned soups. Doesn't seem to matter what flavour you get, they will all have roughly the same smell. Is it? You know, it's kind of like an undercurrent of smell. They do smell different from each other, depending on what's in them, but they always have, you know, one similarity to them. So, but yeah, but that's about all I'm picking up. I'll try it once more. Yeah, smells of tinned soup. That's all I'm getting from it. Hints of like seafood, possibly clam, or possibly just generic seafood. It is tinned after all, but yeah, that's what I'm getting from it. Tell you what, since it's tinned, we'll lick the lid, shall we, before we cook it. Alright, I think this is going to be good once we get it heated up. The flavour, even cold, and licking it off the lid, is, well, seafood. Kind of like a seafood medley that I once made a fish pie out of. That's what it smells of. That's what it tastes of. We're not talking, you know, like salmon and cod and haddock and such like. You know, we're talking shellfish like cockles and that sort of thing. Nice, sort of stuff I do like to eat. But yeah, I think this is going to be good. Right, attach me gas bottle. Go. Pop that on there. Right. And enjoy the scenery whilst we wait for it to cook. Oh, I think the sheep want some. They're making their way over. I don't know if you'll like it, it's not grass. Alright, that'll do. Let's eat. Okay, so this is the finished product, you could say. Obviously it doesn't really look any different to when it first came out of the tin. It's not gonna, I'm not really cooking, I'm heating, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, that is nice. That is definitely a thick soup. I think it's a soup that eats like a meal is what it said on the packet. They're not lying. That's so going to keep me going for the rest of the day is this. Let's give it a sniff test. Alright, yeah, the smell has changed. Before, it just smelled like generic canned soup. Kind of like potato soup more than anything else, now that I've had a minute or two to think about it. Now though, very strong seafood scent to it. Yeah, definitely seafood. And like I say, it's, you know, clams, cockles, that sort of fish, you know, small shellfish, you know, rather than, you know, what most people think of, like salmon and cod and haddock and such like, you know, the popular ones. Yeah, that's what it smells of. Appearance wise, I mean, I can see, yeah, the chunks of potato in there. I can see chunks of clam in there as well. But it looks like a nice thick chunky soup. Yeah. Right, let's get it in my gob, see what it tastes like, shall we? Oh, that's nice. That is very nice. Let's have another mouthful quick. Yeah, no complaints there. It's definitely a creamy base sauce, even though the ingredients didn't really list much in the way of cream and milk. They listed buttermilk and non-fat milk, but yeah, but it's definitely creamy. The potatoes are there, but they're only subtly affecting the flavour, you know, just enough so that I know there's potato there. The majority of it is the clam coming through, that sort of slightly salty but very fishy flavour to it. The texture, I'd say the meaty bits are a little chewy, but they're not going to be very chewy because this has already been cooked once in the tin and then reheated, so that's what you get. But the potatoes, if you overcook potatoes, they turn to mush, but they haven't. They've still got a little bit of firmness to them, which is nice. It's very nice. Let's have another gobful. The main ingredients, the clam and the potato, are working perfectly together. It's really good. That is lovely. There's not much else in the way of flavour coming through. For all those ingredients that are listed, the main things are clam stock, potatoes and clams. That's all I'm getting, but it is working very nice. Yeah, I like it. Only thing I will do I'm going to add a little bit of pepper. That's the only thing I feel like it's missing. The right amount of pepper I found as well doesn't necessarily change a flavour, but amplifies it. If you don't believe me, use a small amount of black pepper on fresh strawberries. Let's see what happens. See what that's done to it. Ooh, perfect. Yeah, a little bit of pepperiness, but other than that, perfect. Yeah, gorgeous. Right, I'm gonna knock the camera off because the battery is going, and I've left the spare batteries on the bike, which is half a mile away at the moment. And then once I've eaten it, we'll do conclusions. But this is gorgeous. That was Campbell's chunky New England clam chowder that I've just had in Scotland. Original Scotland, old Scotland. Anyway, that was actually really good. I'm not sure I could have made better myself at home, and I can cook when I want to. I am actually a pretty damn good cook. But yeah, that was great. Let's see, you didn't need to add water. It was nice, thick, creamy soup to begin with. Plenty of potato in there. It's a good hearty meal. It's definitely going to keep me going the rest of the day. It's a decent sized can as well. It's bigger than, say, a regular tin of beans. You know, that is quite a chunky can that you get there. It doesn't look it, but it's at least a size up. But yeah, all that potato in there to keep you going. The clam really coming through with that sort of fishy saltiness that they bring. Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, the only thing somewhat uninspiring about it is the smell. It smells just like regular tinned soup, but I think that's just what tinned soup smells like. There's no getting away from it. Once you've cooked it, the smell changes a bit and you can smell the clam coming through, but yeah, the taste is the main thing when it comes to food as far as I'm concerned, and that was great. The only thing it could benefit from is more pepper. If you're going to try it, and I highly recommend you do, if you're going to try it, add a bit of pepper to it. It really helps bring out the flavour, just that little bit of pepperiness. It's gorgeous, very good. So yeah, New England clam chowder, highly recommend. Next month, I honestly have no idea what I'm going to do. I've got a fair bit saved up, but as I said, right now I'm on the north coast of Scotland, working my way around the NC500. Off it goes. So, I don't know what I'm going to do next, but I'm sure I'll figure it out. In the meantime, I'll leave you with that view, and I'll see you next month. Thank you for watching. Now, just before I set off again, I thought I'd come and have a look in this graveyard. I've seen a few like this on my travels. They're walled off, presumably just to protect them from, the elements a little bit, especially when there's people in here. Try and keep it nice. And I assumed it would be very old, and for the people of the village at the top of Shegra and maybe a few other surrounding villages. Now, bits of it look old. The wall around the outside is very old. That shed, which presumably has like lawnmowers and stuff in it for maintaining all this grass, looks very old as well. But not a single one of these gravestones does. There's one over there that looks to be the oldest one in here, but it doesn't look that old. Every one of these gravestones looks brand new. And only half of this cemetery has actually been used. I mean, it looks like they're starting to use the other half of it, but yeah, I don't get what's going on. I'm walking down now, and the majority of these graves have been erected in the last 10 years. Oh, there's one here for 2004. 2008. Right. Now, getting older as we go back, but still, they all look to be new. I can only assume they have all been replaced at some point. Whether there was a drive in the community to replace them all and keep them all looking nice. But then this one here looks very old. That's dated 1989. That one's not new. That one hasn't been replaced. It looks like they've buried the chap's wife just recently, in April of 2025, next to him. You can see where the ground's been freshly dug. But that may be the oldest gravestone in here. We'll go right to the back. Yeah, the one there, 1985. But that's a brand new gravestone. So either people out here renew gravestones on a regular basis, or there's been some sort of recent push to replace them all in one go. But even still, none of these are that old. 1983, 1984. I suppose it could, at some point, have been absolutely ram-packed. And what they've done is taken all the old gravestones away. But again, I'm not sure I believe that either. Because you just don't do that. You would expand the gravesite. There's plenty of space to do it. And not even half of it has been used, so... Oh, this one here, 1981. Young lad who was only 17. Died in a drowning accident. Jesus. And then this one here. Someone's left an unopened can of Tennant's Lager. Okay. Fair play. Wonder how long that's been there. Yeah, 1980. I don't think I've seen one pre-1980. So either this was only opened in 1980, or there's some other history that I'm missing. But yeah, interesting place. Right, let's wander off and see where we end up next. Let's carry on. So, first task, ride out of this valley and get some phone signal so I can set the sat-nav going again. And then it's on to Dunnet. Not sure how far it is to Dunnet. I think about 100 miles, maybe a little more. So we're obviously not going to do it all in one go. I'm sure there'll be lots of stuff along the way that I want to stop and take a picture of. Oh, what did I do with that tin? I had the tin of clam chowder that I've just eaten. Oh fuck, it's there. It's still on the bike. Almost forgot. I don't want to litter up half of Scotland. There we go. Right. That's a chunk of weight lost. Oh. Normally on these trips the bike gets gradually lighter as I go. Certainly did the last time, because I had an entire supply of food with me, as in I'd taken enough food for every single day. This time I only brought some for a couple of nights, just in case. So far I haven't really needed it. I've only been eating it because it's there, and I'm trying to shed a bit of weight. I mean, the caravan site tonight has a cafe, I believe. I may or may not take advantage of it, because I've still got 2 meals worth of food with me. And then the one tomorrow night is back in Inverness, which I know I can get food at. I got a takeaway delivered on the first night I was there, so I definitely don't need anything for that site. And the following day I'm back with my parents, and I know they've got food. So yeah, it's not much weight, but I am slowly shedding it. which is nice. It's nice not to have to carry so much. We'll ride out of here back to the main road, then go for the sat-nav. I might well get signal up here. Oh, come on bike, you can do it. Oh, there we go. That is the torque that a V-twin gives you. Oh, now, where did I go? It wasn't down there. No. No, it wasn't. Yeah, I remember now, because I remember seeing all these bloody cars and wondering what they were all doing here. Why are they all here? John Muir Trust. I guess it's just a... It says it's a voluntary car park, so choose whether you pay. I'm guessing people just go hiking through the valley or something. Oh, past the sheep. Someone's building a home up there. Pretty cool. Thank you. Give her a wave. Any more sheep to worry about. There's not really much in the way of traffic either. You know, having done this trip, I've done as much as I have, I kind of get why people want adventure bikes for this sort of thing. This is what they're designed for. But I still don't want one, and I still see far too many people kitted out to the nines, like they're off to fucking ride to Cambodia and back or something. It wasn't down there. Oh yes, we came past this thing. If that's a phone mast, I must have signal now. Let's stop and have a look. The Scottish 4G infill site. What does that say about it then? Let's just draw back. Scottish Government and Scottish Futures Trust have worked in partnership to develop the Scottish 4G infill programme, known as S4GI. The S4GI programme's objective is to deliver 4G LTE infrastructure and services to NOT spots in Scotland, and is backed with up to £25 million, which includes £10 million from the European Regional Development Fund, or ERDF, to support activity in the Highlands and Islands region of Scotland. Oh, look at that. No wonder they voted to remain in the EU. It's, yeah, it's a good thing for them to have. Let's just pause there. Let's see if we have signal. We do, we have 4G. It's not very strong considering I'm under the mast, but you know, whatever.
Head east.
I was right, 101 mile, 3 hours, 7 minutes. Obviously it's going to take us longer than that.
This route avoids a road closure in 49 miles. You're on the fastest route. You should reach your destination by 3:55 p.m.
I should, but I'm not going to, am I? I've backed myself into a hell of a hill start here. There we go. I've never actually been taught how to do a hill start on a bike. It's not part of the test. Well, it's not a compulsory part of the test, so my examiner didn't do it, because Cambridgeshire is very flat. And my instructor didn't teach me it either. So I kind of had to figure it out on my own. I mean, it's fairly straightforward. You know, you use the back brake, your right foot, to hold the bike, and it seems you would in the car. Throttle and clutch until you feel it start to bite and pull forward, and gently release the brake. Do it right, you won't roll backwards. The only real difference from doing it in a car is you're using the foot brake essentially, whereas in a car you would use a handbrake. Bikes don't have handbrakes. I feel like bikes should have a handbrake. I don't know how it would work using it, but riding around these parts I'd certainly feel a lot better having a handbrake I could apply when I park the bike up. Instead I just have to put it in gear and hope. Never mind. Let's just slow this down a touch. Really is very pretty out here. So when we get to that point there, well, I'll tuck in like that. There we go. Good Audi driver. Oh, Jesus. Cows are out again. Alright, you come through, fella. Alright, yep. What we'll do is we'll stop here. Let that camper van come up. That one there's been a bit of a git. Alright, I'm gonna start edging my way down. Another car coming up, but I want to start going through, bud. You hurry up, please. Yep, very good. I'll start making my way down. Are you going to let me get to that passing point? No, you're just going to come barging through. There's a passing place right next to you. Oh, there we are, old people. There's one running alongside me. I'm going to outrun you, fella. Going to freewheel down here, so well away from these cows. Stay over there. Alright, around you. Oh, I don't want to get too close to you. Alright. Cheers. Okay. That's a fair bit more nerve-wracking on a bike. That last one with the horns was staring me down. It's like, mate, I'm going. I'm sure they're used to it, but still. And then the calf that was running alongside me. I was like, mate, I'm not chasing you. Stop and let me pass. I was waiting for him to decide, I want to go to the other side of the road, and just like plough into the side of me. I think this is, yeah, we're going back on ourselves a touch here. Not unexpected, but should at least give us some better roads to enjoy.
never let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. Make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb. And I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up. Cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
I said there'd be no end of stopping. I think you agree that's worth it. Holy shit. I grew up in Yorkshire. As you probably know if you've been following the channel. Lived there for 19 years of my life. You know, the first 19 years, moved out when I was 19, moved to Cambridge. And I always said Yorkshire had some of the best countryside, but this place is damn good. I think I'll always call myself a Yorkshireman at heart, but I haven't been back there for several years now. The last time I went back was for a funeral. I do still have family that live there, so I go back occasionally, but it holds no draw for me anymore. I just, you know, people ask, oh, would you ever move back to Yorkshire? No, I probably wouldn't. Yeah, there's nothing to really draw me back there. Yeah, I think living in Yorkshire is something that will just forever exist only in my memory now. I do, however, like the idea of being up here. Not completely sold on it. I'm not just going to go home and immediately start selling the house to move up here, but it is very nice. I think what I always used to like about Yorkshire was the wilderness, the dales, you know, the rural areas, which parts of them look a lot like this. They're just massive open wilderness, and it's so gorgeous and pretty, and it's a fair bit warmer than it is here as well. But even the tiny dales villages these days, they're not like they are here, where, you know, they're farmers and fishermen. Well, there aren't, not so much in the way of fishermen in Yorkshire, but, you know, farmers. Not that much anymore. A lot of those little villages have been turned into holiday homes, or they just feel like rich pricks to live out there that do not but complain. You know, the once busy village pub has had to turn itself into a tourist attraction. It's, yeah, a lot of them are really quite sad, whereas out here, you know, like where we just were in Shegra and everything else, you know, all those other little hamlets that we had to come through to get back to the main road, I bet they were predominantly fishermen and farmers that were still living there. It certainly felt that way, because we're so far away from everything. And even if they're not, it still feels so much nicer up here. Right, let's get some pictures and let's carry on. I get the feeling as well, I'm going to get to that bend there, I want to stop and get off and take another picture. I'm never going to bloody get there, I've done 10 miles.
This route avoids a road closure in 38 miles. You're on the fastest route. You should reach your destination by 4:08 p.m.
No, I won't. I absolutely won't. Right. For one, I'm getting a little thirsty, so if we see somewhere a nice cafe, not sure that I will up here, but
Continue on A838 for 10 miles.
Go on. Are we going? No, are we just... I'm going to get in your picture.
I knew there was somewhere else I wanted to take a picture of. God damn it!
That's an old building up there. Yeah. Holy shit. Holy shit, I need a picture. Yep, I've done 10 Mile again, but holy shit. Look at that! That's incredible. This has to be the prettiest thing I think I've seen so far on this trip. Look at that. Look at how white that sand is. And that water's just green and blue, and it's so clear and clean. That is so nice. You wouldn't have thought that is the North Atlantic in Britain. In fact, if I didn't tell you that I was in Scotland, this could pass for a tropical island right now. I haven't seen beaches like this since I was in Barbados. Absolutely breathtaking, this. Fantastic. Yeah, there's another parking spot down there. And I bet it does the exact same again. I bet I have to stop and get off. Let's go find out. Right, it is somehow even prettier from up here. Jesus. It looks like you can zip line across as well. Yeah. Me and the missus definitely need to come back here on honeymoon. It's decided. Some of this flora and fauna that I'm getting here now, it's like I've gone to another country. I was used to the moss and the bleak grass. Oh, here it is, it's back. But back there, that little cove there. Yeah. Brilliant, brilliant place, this. Holy shit, this place is awesome. French, fucking French.
People of France, a good-looking, depressed guy smoking a cigarette is not a movie. And your sirens sound like gay guys having a threesome.
I can go in lessons learned from the NC500 though. I need to check the back suspension on this bike. I feel like it's a bit too easy to bottom it out. I know there's a bit of weight on the back at the moment, but still, it's designed to carry a pillion, presumably another fully grown adult. Ugh. Yeah. I wanted to keep this bike fairly original, or at least original looking. It may have to get some upgraded suspension. Preferably something that's easily adjustable. That would be perfect. It also doesn't cost a small fucking fortune. Gravel. .73 miles to go. Found a nice spot to stop, change the batteries in the camera. I spotted that thing down there. At first I thought it was some sort of fort or fortress. See that building there? But looking at it on the Google, apparently it's an old lime kiln. Yeah, the Ardniki lime kilns. So missing those 4 holes that we can see. The old kilns. Obviously not in use anymore. And over to the right there is looks like an old, now abandoned farmhouse. May have had something to do with the kilns, may not have. Yeah. And there's some sort of fishing operation going on now. That boat that we've just seen dock there moved that little boat out there and seems to have anchored it there, because apparently that's what you do with boats, leave them in the middle of nowhere. It's just gone there and shut its engine off. And over this way, in that corner, is what I assume is another salmon farm. Occasionally we'll see people walking along the top of them. And yeah, that's where Scottish salmon comes from. Also, I have to say, this is a gorgeous spot to be stopped. Look at this. There's a viewpoint at the top of the hill. Might just whiz up there to change the batteries. If I can get in it, there's people in it, but yeah. I'm never going to bloody get there. I'm doing it again, aren't I? Yep, it's even more spectacular from up here. A minute ago I was down there, where those 2 cars are. Now I'm up here. And you know what? I think I've earned myself a bit of Kendal mint cake. Yeah! This part here that I'm looking at is quite interesting. It's telling me the ancient history of the area. And it says, when you approached Loch Erebol, which I'm guessing is this one that I'm looking at now, did you notice the land getting lower and greener? This far corner of Scotland is an isolated patch of land underlain by Durness limestone, which is softer and more fertile than the other rocks around it. And come to think of it, I didn't, but now I look over there, it does look almost brown, but then over this side, it is definitely a lot greener. In fact, there's a field over there where I can see the contrast between brown and green, and they've built a wall between the two. That's really quite incredible. Anyway, it says in here, the buildings you can see on the Ardniki headland, which are the bit I was videoing earlier, are the remains of 19th century kilns where local limestone was heated to produce lime. This was used to improve the acidic peaty soil here so that crops could grow. It was also used to make mortar and render for building. It's an incredibly isolated place to make something like that, but I suppose if the limestone is here, then why wouldn't you build it here? It says closing of an ocean. So why are the opposite sides of the loch made of different rock? Well, about 540 million years ago, Scotland was on the edge of an ancient continent that lay south of the equator. The Scottish wouldn't have liked that. The quartzite across the loch was formed at that time from white sand deposited in the warm shallows of the ocean. As Scotland's continent slowly drifted north, thick layers of limestone were laid down over the quartzite. Then, about 430 million years ago, Scotland's continent collided with England and Wales, closing the ocean that lay between them. And forcing up great mountains where they joined. The layers of rock were tipped and shuffled by the huge pressure of the collision. Some of this rock has been worn away, revealing different times in the history of that ancient ocean. There are marine fossils in the quartzite and limestone layers. Remarkably, the fossils here in Scotland are similar to those found in North America, but very different to the ones in England and Wales. This tells us that Scotland was attached to North America before it joined with England. Interesting. And then it says, Loch Eriboll is one of the deepest sea lochs in Britain. It's around 60 metres deep, and Royal Navy ships have used it as a safe and sheltered anchorage for much of the 20th century. Since the 1920s, crews have left their mark by spelling out the names of their ships with stones on the far shore. Obviously we can't see any of that from here. It's interesting. I've been seeing these symbols as I'm going round. There's one right there, Northwest Highlands Geopark. They call it the Rock Trail. It's different to the NC500, but it seems to follow the geological history of this part of Scotland, which is something else you could do whilst you're up here. Scottish Highlands aren't all about the NC500. Yeah, this could be interesting. Yeah, it shows you right here. So that's in Ullapool, and it works its way all the way up. At the moment I am there, so there's something else that I could do when I come back here, because I do want to come back here. Right, anyway, I've nearly finished my Kendal mint cake. I think it's time to carry on. Right, let's go. Come on, old girl, up the hill.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. Chance to be ruthless. make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down, they wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt, they're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
Time for a coffee. Badly needed. Oh, that was gorgeous. Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, Clacken Cafe by the museum. The museum being that white building up there, which looks like it used to be a church because it's got the churchyard around it, and I can still see the bell from here. Well, there's another building further up that looks brand new, which could also be the museum, or maybe they're both the museum, who knows. But yeah, I didn't much fancy the museum because I can get lost in museums. Even the small ones, I can easily blow a whole day in them. So skip the museum, but the coffee was delightful. Oh shit, how am I getting out of here? Fucking hell, it's a bit steep. A bit more than I anticipated here. Go on, out you come from, go. There we go. Oh, fuck me. I was getting really tired back then. Oh. You wouldn't have thought that you could start falling asleep riding a bike because it's windy and noisy and you start to vibrate, but I could feel the fatigue setting in. My day job, I do enough miles to know when it's no longer safe to continue, and I was getting to that point. But I feel better now. Let's try and get there without stopping, shall we? This road seems nice. Should let us eat up some of the mileage. to Dunnet. It's not John O'Groats. I think that's where most bikers are going because there's a lot riding past. I'm the only biker on this site, but that's fine. I wanted to come here. Dunnet, or Dunnet Head to be exact, which is a couple of miles north, is the northernmost point of mainland UK. The northernmost town is Thurso, which I came through on the way here, but the actual northernmost point, the furthest north you can go without going into the sea, is Dunnet Head, which I'm going to go visit tomorrow. It's not within walking distance, especially not after a long day. But that's where I am, and yeah, it feels good to be here. It kind of feels like the trip is coming to an end now. I know it's not. I'm still 3 days away from home. I've got to go from here to Inverness, to my parents, to home yet. But from here on, I'm going home. I'm going back to Inverness, back to Keswick Caravan Park, same place again. And then it's, yeah, back to England, back home. Got that long ass ride back, another 400 miles. So yeah, it feels like it's coming to an end now, and I've really enjoyed it. It's been really good, and I'm really quite proud of having done it solo as well. Well, let's be honest, I haven't had my licence that long. I've had it less than 2 years, and there's been other far more experienced bikers with, let's be honest, much better kit than me. Much more newer and more modern bikes and equipment and everything. But yeah, I've done it. Plan tonight, I'm gonna make myself some food because there isn't a cafe on site, at least not that I saw anyway. And then I might have a wander down to the beach, and I've got a little treat for myself that I've been saving for tonight. And then I think it's time for bed. Going to be a long day tomorrow. The tyre replacement is booked in at 3. They said they would ring me. Oh my god, look at my helmet hair. What the hell has happened there? I've gone bald. Good lord. That's not good, is it? I've got the tyre replacement booked in at 3, which is about 20 miles south. But then I've got to get myself all the way to Inverness that night. So there's not going to be much stopping and scenery staring at it by that time. I've got to hurry up and get there. So yeah, this is very much the end of the trip, or the beginning of the end. It's not the end of the trip until I get home, but it's the beginning of the end. But yeah, it's been good. Let me show you the view, and then I'm going to make some grub. This is the view immediately out of the tent. I've had to put it close to this overgrown section because I'm close enough to the electric point. I should have got a longer one of these. This is only like 1.5 meters. I should have got like a 5 meter, but never mind. It is what it is. But if we look out here, that's the view there. Not half bad. I can see some surfers down there. So yeah, not bad at all. I think I shall definitely head down to the beach later. And I'll show you what I brought myself. But for now, I am starving, so grub. This smells gorgeous. So this is Dunnet Bay. And this is actually pretty spectacular. I mean, some of the things that I've seen today have been pretty awesome, and I wished I'd had more time. But this is nice. If this is the last beach I see on this trip, I'm pretty damn happy. So, bit of geography. Over there, the other side of that hill, is Dunnet Head, the northernmost point of mainland UK. I mean, technically that whole landmass is Dunnet Head, but the northernmost point is over the top of that hill, which I plan on going to in the morning. Over this way, I came along there on the bike. If we go out beyond that little outcropping there where you can see those surfers are sort of pointing at, and around the corner is Thurso that we came through. That's the northernmost town in Scotland and therefore the UK. Not the northernmost point, the northernmost town. And out that way, past Dunnet Point, we can't see them from here, but if we went over, we'll probably see them tomorrow, is the Orkney Islands, which look like an interesting place to go, actually. Especially, there's one place called Twat, which just makes me giggle every time I see it. But there we go, maybe one day I will visit the village of Twat. I can say, hey look guys, I've found your hometown, Twat Village. But yeah, this is it. And it's gorgeous. And I've just been reading, there's a sign just as you come over the hill to the beach. Apparently you get seals and mink and in some cases even humpback whales coming into this bay. It's relatively deep but also quite sheltered. So, you know, larger marine mammals like whales can come in here. They may be injured, they may be sick, they may be tired, or they may have died at sea and they've just been washed in here. There have been reported cases of huge humpback whales washing up on this beach before. And in the past it's been a cause for celebration because, you know, the blubber could be used to boil down and make oil and all sorts of other things from it. You know, the meat could be dried and eaten, and then even the bones could be used for things, you know, that sometimes bones would be used to make fencing or as a construction material. Apparently they have a sort of scaly substance on the roof of their mouth, which can be used to make the ribs in old style corsets. Nowadays, of course, you're not allowed to do any of that. The authorities will have it cordoned off in a matter of minutes and they'll shoot on sight anyone who tries to get too close, no doubt. So something daft like that. Arrest them for public order, you know, make up the smell of weed, something like that. It's always some bollocks. Not that anyone nowadays would know what to do with whale blubber or whale meat, but never mind. But apparently it has been known to happen, and you also get seal pups being born here. Obviously there aren't any now, but apparently you can see them occasionally. So yeah, interesting place. There's also supposedly evidence of Viking settlements up here, although apparently a lot of it has been lost to the sea. It's just been eroded away, or it's buried under the sand dunes that are behind me. But yeah, interesting spot. Right, let me show you what I've got for myself down here. So this, I've been saving since the last time I came to Scotland. Me and my partner, fiance rather, came to Scotland. Specifically, we went to Southerness, that's where we stayed, and we wanted to visit Gretna Green. We're wanting to have our wedding there in a good few years' time, not anytime soon. Whilst we were here, we had a spare day, and we opted to visit a local distillery. So this was the Annandale Distillery. It's a relatively new distillery. It's been around less than 10 years, so you can't get any very old whiskies from them, but we did a full distillery tour with a young lad there. It was absolutely brilliant. I can't remember how old he said he was. I think he said he was like 19, but there was nothing he didn't know about the distillery process. And one of the things they sold here was the Manor Sword. Quite why this says Manor Sword, but they called it the Manor Sword. And yeah, it's a smoulderingly smoky single malt Scotch whisky. Yeah, they are quite pricey, but quite good. What's special about this though is because it's bought direct from the distillery, it is 60% ABV. They can't sell this stuff in supermarkets. You can only get it from the distillery. It's all to do with licensing and tax and other bollocks, but yeah. So I've been saving this little bottle since February when I bought it, and I thought, you know what, this would be a good time to sit and have this. We did buy a couple of big bottles of stuff whilst we were there, but I kept this one little bottle for just such an occasion, knowing I was going to do a trip like this, and I thought, this would be good to have with me. So yeah, my double oaked ex-bourbon cask single malt Scotch whisky, Manor Sword from Annandale Distillery. So, unfortunately, all I've got to have it in is my tin mug, because I didn't bring a glass with me because, well, it might not have survived the trip, and also space and weight, but that'll do the trick. So yeah, let's crank this open, let's give it a try. Let's give it a sniff test, as I normally do when I'm opening a new food item. Oh, you know, proper Scottish whiskies. They have a certain smell to them that no other country has been able to replicate. And yeah, just as soon as you smell it, you know it's proper Scottish whiskey. Yeah. That one is, I can tell it's going to be smoky. Yeah, alright, just get it in the glass. Cheers. Yeah. That's great. A lot of heat, not burn, like you get with some cheaper whiskies. A lot of heat. Certainly don't gulp it, it's 60%. But that's top quality stuff. There's a dog coming to see me. You saying hello? You saying hello? I know. I know. Are you my friend? Are you? Do you want to be on camera? Yes. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Go on then. Alright. Right. Alright. I'm going to have a walk along this gorgeous beach. As the sun goes down, I'll take my whiskey with me. Let's go this way. You know, it's times like this, I wish I could bring my dogs with me on these trips. It is pretty much the only downside that my fiancée and my dogs can't come with me. My fiancée doesn't like bikes, has no interest in learning to ride one. Besides, it wouldn't work anyway, because if we both went away, we'd have to bring the dogs. And there's no way I'm getting two pugs, one of which is quite elderly now, she's 11, and my Romanian rescue on the back of a motorbike. It would just be cruel. I've seen people do it, and I just think it's fucking cruel, you know. Dogs don't like cars most of the time, let alone being on the back of a bike, so... But they would have loved this. I could have let them off, because if we look, there's almost no one around. There's one guy behind me and a few surfers. But the pugs don't go far anyway, especially Muffin, she just likes to be by my side. You know, Bella has been known to run off, but I mean, she could only get so far and her recall has actually gotten very good. So, but yeah, those are the things I miss at times like this. But it's also been an experience, and I'm grateful to have a fiancé that is happy for me to do these solo trips. I mean, they do their own solo trips as well from time to time, and I'm perfectly happy for them to go off and do that. In fact, sometimes they get better solo trips than I do. They've been abroad and such like, and I keep meaning to renew my passport and just never bloody do. But I do miss them. Times like this. They would have loved being out here. What can you do? Well, this is interesting. Water is obviously flowing down here into the sea. So there must be some sort of outlet, river or stream or whatever up there. It doesn't smell, so I don't think it's sewage. Wouldn't be sewage up here. So we're not in England. They don't let their water companies do it up here. I don't think they do anyway. Certainly not at tourist spots like this. But yeah, and it flows, as you can see, down into the sea. I can see it flowing. It hasn't eroded the sand at all, which means either the tide has only just gone out, or that is the most gently flowing water you've ever seen. Yeah. Interesting, there's another one further down the beach as well. Let's keep going. There's another sip of whiskey. I had wanted to go to Dunnet Head with this whiskey, but it's too far to walk. I'm too tired for it, and I refuse to drink and drive or drink and ride. Even one small glass of whiskey, not going to do it. Not worth it. Not to mention, they are actually quite a bit stricter on drink driving up here in Scotland than they are in England. Yeah, when we went on the distillery tour, my fiancée offered to drive so I could enjoy the whiskey because, well, A, I like whiskey more than they do, and B, I'd driven as, you know, the 600 mile to Scotland. So driving the 30 miles or whatever it was to the distillery was fair, I suppose. But before we went, before they accepted us onto the tour, they had to ask who was driving, so that he knew not to give them anything. And yeah, apparently that was to do with their licensing laws and everything. So yeah, I don't know anything more about it. I don't need to know anything more about it. I do not drink and drive ever. Never done it, never will. So, but yeah, it was interesting what they said. Right, how far have I come now? Not that far. Let's go a little closer to the water. Still people out surfing. It's bloody freezing. Oh, well, I'm going to get wet here. Oh, shit. No, I don't want wet feet. Piss off. Oh, fucking hell. Fucking sea. Too slow, slags. Yeah, go on, get back there. Yeah. I think I'll stay up here then, where it can't get to me. Tell you what though, that water looks clear. It's very clean up here. Yeah, I can see why there's so many surfers. There's a whole surf school further up. Which way should I go? Should I keep going that way? Nah, let's go this way. Yeah, there's a whole surf school brought their minibus and about 20 surfboards up in the campsite car park. I'm still also the only tent and the only biker in this place. I get the feeling all the other bikers that are doing the NC500 have gone to John O'Groats. There were quite a few riding past the campsite earlier, and if you carry on past here it will take you eventually to John O'Groats. It's not the main route to John O'Groats, but you can get to it that way. I'm getting closer to those bloody waves again, aren't I? But yeah, the thing with the NC500 though is there's so much on it, and I get the feeling a lot of people just go for the highlights, you know, the popular places. I'm quite happy with the way I've done it. I've gone very much off track in places as well. I've just gone off and explored my own stuff. Yeah, like that honour campsite that we visited earlier today. That's definitely way off the beaten track. There was one other biker came down, literally walked to the sand, turned around and got back on his bike. I don't think he even took his helmet off. I think he just took a picture and left. Yeah, there was no one else down there. I saw one person with a tent. I kind of wish I'd stayed there now. The only problem I could see with it was there was no fresh water. I'd have maybe had to have put all my stuff in the tent and ridden off somewhere to go get a supply of drinking water. Or just make do with my 1 litre drinks bottle for the night. Not ideal, but I could have done it. Yeah, other than that, I'd have had that entire beach to myself. Well, that one other person there, but, you know, okay, really perfect. Although I feel like I've got this beach to myself. The chap that was back there has disappeared. Those two surfers aren't showing any sign of coming in. And the third surfer is up there walking back to the car park. Keep wandering on as far as we can. I think we'll get as far as those rocks and then have to turn back. But yeah. I'll try not to go too much into conclusions because, like I say, there's still 3 days left on the trip. But it does feel a bit like this is, you know, the end, the last day. Tomorrow, I start making my way back, you know, back down to Inverness. That completes the loop, that completes the NC500. I haven't been keeping track of the actual mileage. I'll have to look it up on my Google location history later. But that completes the loop, you know, it's the return leg. I've been told, coming back down the east coast, it's not nearly as spectacular as in the scenery. That's why I've done it clockwise, going up the west coast first. Someone said to me, do it that way because the scenery is better. Okay, so that's what I did. I might be wrong. I might get completely distracted all the way down. But yeah, it's the return leg. I have to hang around Dunnett and John O'Groats for a little while because the bike isn't getting its new tyre until 3. And then from there, I'm just going to have to go straight to Inverness and try not to get too distracted on the way. It's not that bad. You know, I've had more distractions. I'll probably be getting back to the Inverness campsite at 7, maybe 8. Not the end of the world. It takes 15 minutes to set the tent up, throw my bedding in it, and go to bed. I can order a takeaway if I want to, or I can just ride down into Inverness. It's only 1.5 miles. See how I feel. But yeah, it's been a good do. I have thoroughly enjoyed it. As always, I wish I'd had more time, but I mean, I've been leaving these campsites reasonably early. You know, I've been out of bed no later than 8, every single one of them. I've been off site no later than 10. And yet, it's always been, you know, 5, 6 o'clock when I've made it to the campsite, with the exception of the one yesterday. That's only because I thought it was going to be first come, first serve, and I might not get a pitch. Turns out I didn't really need to worry, there was loads of room. But that's lessons learned for next time, isn't it? You know, don't worry so much about it. You know, if I hadn't made it to tonight's one and done it, I don't know what I'd have done, because the office is closed and there doesn't appear to be any way to book in. You know, I mean, the site doesn't seem all that secure. I could have probably just ridden on site even now that the office is closed. But yeah, they shut the office at 6 and I got here at like 5:30. I thought I had all the time in the world, so yeah, I didn't see any barriers across. Mind you, Sands Caravan Park were banging on about their barriers and their AMPR. Their AMPR is forward facing, so it doesn't work for bikes, even though they sell on their website motorbike pitches. Fortunately, I just rode around the barrier, which wasn't very secure at all. There we go. But yeah, I really do wish I'd had more time. You know, every day it's just been riding and stopping occasionally, but just constantly riding. I think if I were to do this again, I'd maybe spend an extra few days doing it. Whether that's more stops and less distance between them, or the same number of stops but spend more than one night at each one. You know, pick my favourite spots and have a day off riding. That could have worked as well. So, but yeah, I have loved every minute of it. And like I kept saying on the bike, although I don't know if you've heard it yet because I don't know how much of that footage is going to be useful at this point. It may all just be horrendous wind noise. There's a lot of bloody wind up here. But I haven't even minded that I wasn't going that fast. But some of these roads I was doing sort of 30 mile an hour, so slowing down to like 10 or 15 for some of the bends. A lot of that is I'm just not very confident. I'm worried about the tyres on the bike. One of them is quite badly worn now. Still legal, but getting there, you know. I think if I'd ignored it and tried to get back to Inverness, it'd probably be illegal. And certainly if I'd tried to ride it all the way home, I'd probably be fucking bald by the time I got it home if I did that. You know, cords would be showing and shit, the weight's gone down. Yeah, worried about that. Worried about the extra weight on the bike. The isolation of some of these places. If I have an accident, you know, I might be screwed. So, and I love that bike too much. I don't want to smash it up. I'm never going to get a replacement that's as good as that. I'm really struck lucky finding that bike. This is getting a bit wet. Let's go a bit further inland. But yeah, some of that is probably my own confidence, you know. That bike, as great as it is, it does seem to get quite easily unsettled going over the smallest of imperfections in the road. I think it's that skinny-ass front tyre on it. Most other bikes have front and rear tyres that are the same size nowadays, you know, big fat thing that just rides over the bumps. But that thing, it just seems to wobble all the time, and it can be really disconcerting. Where are you going? Some sort of seabird having the time of his life. But yeah, you know, not trusting the tyres, the extra weight. You know, the bike does handle differently as well. I'm having to force it more to lean over, and then it feels like I'm having to pull it back upright as well when I'm done with the corner. I mean, it's all to be expected with the amount of load it's carrying, but I just haven't been very confident with it. But also, some of those roads were fucking grueling. You know, there was no opportunity to really go that quickly with them. And also, I don't want to die. I've seen some people hooning it down these roads. It's like, you're going around that corner, you cannot see what's coming. You know, there could be a camper van there. Yeah, alright, you're on that, you know, it's a passing point, but fuck me. They all need to be over by a little bit, and you're just going to get a camper van to the face. You know, or there could be a sheep or a deer or something like that in the road. You know, I've been slowing down for these corners primarily because I can't see round them. You know, and on more than one occasion I've gone around the corner and there has been something there and I've had to stop or avoid it. Thankfully I was going slow enough for it. So yeah, I've been thinking some of the riders that were overtaking me were perhaps a little bit too confident. So, unfortunately, there are far too many biker deaths on the UK roads. Where the fuck am I now? Right, I don't think I need to walk into that rock field. Partly because it's all covered in seaweed. Seaweed is very slippery to walk on. Yeah. So, I think we'll wander back that way towards the campsite. So yeah, I think I've done alright. I think if I'd had other bikers with me, they may have been a little frustrated with how slow I was going. But the whole point of a solo trip is that it's all about me. And I've been perfectly happy with how I've handled all of this. Other people want to go stupid fast, it's up to them. So, would I have been going faster on a different bike? Does it wobble all the bloody time? You know, big fat tyres on it, like I said. Yeah, possibly. If I do a trip like this again, maybe I'll look at getting a different bike. I'm not going to get rid of that Ferrago, I love it too much. But, you know, maybe a sports tourer if I can get one for a reasonable price. Or maybe just a classic tourer. Big old Honda Goldwing, that'd have been fucking perfect for this trip. So. But yeah, I've been really happy with how it's gone. The riding has been great. I've enjoyed all of it, even the really hard parts like Applecross Pass. But yeah, I do wish I'd had more time at each of these places. When you do a trip like this, the riding shouldn't be everything. You should be able to stop and enjoy more stuff. But yeah. I also, when I get back, need to have a look at my gear, my camping gear, the way I'm carrying it, my panniers. All of that can be done in a future video, so I'm going to do a lessons learned video from this. This has been a much bigger undertaking than last year's Kessington trip. That one I didn't even really document, I just went for myself as a holiday. Put some pictures on Instagram if you're interested, but other than that I didn't really do any videoing. Yeah, it was a holiday from everything, including the channel. This one's been a bit different, obviously. So, yeah, I do need to review my gear. Those panniers, I mean, they look good, but when you look closely, they're a bit fucked now. The one on the right of the bike that is close to the exhaust is all warped and melted at the bottom from the heat. It hasn't been getting that hot on the day-to-day riding around the route. What is that? But that massive do all the way up. But that massive run all the way up the 400 miles from my parents to Inverness, it obviously has gotten hot. I have screwed on a metal heat shield right where the exhaust is. It appears that heat shield has gotten hot and still melted the bottom of the pannier. It's gotten that hot that the carrier bag that was holding my socks then also started to melt and melted one of my socks. What's that? No idea. So that's something I need to look at. Different panniers, maybe some hard ones. I mean, if I get a different bike, it's irrelevant. I'll just take them off. But yeah, I definitely need new ones. They're in a bit of a sorry state of those. I mean, they were second-hand off Facebook for like a tenner, so they've done well, I guess. Those surfers are still out there. But also just other things, like I have my bedding, my like mattress, my bedroll and everything, and the tent rolled up and resting on the pillion seat. It works perfectly fine, they're all strapped in, but it does mean I'm constantly pushing back with it because there isn't quite enough room for all of it. So the seating position isn't quite as comfortable as it could be. I wonder if there's a better way I could be carrying those. I've seen a few people on bikes that haven't bothered with panniers. They've just had a massive hold-all strapped to the back. And that was it. Everything went in it. They didn't even have a top box, so that's one thing to consider. Yeah, if I get proper panniers that don't melt, then perhaps I could put the bedding in some of those panniers. You know, leaves less room for clothes and such like, but you know, I need to look at how I'm carrying it and how the weight's distributed as well. And yeah, I need to go through all of it when I get a chance. So, the other thing I should probably do when I get home is that bike needs an overhaul. It's going to need a good service, fresh oil in it, because the gear changes are starting to get quite clunky, which is an indicator with this bike that the oil is getting to the end of its life, because the engine oil and the gearbox all are one and the same. The brakes need checking. I'd say, I'm not sure how I'm going to check the back one because they're drum brakes, but I'm sure there's some diagnostic procedure I can do. The fronts, I can see the pads behind the caliper, they look good, so it's mainly the back one. But yeah, at some point I do need to get those carburetors overhauled. I was trying to get it done before I came on this trip, but just time and money, and then it was too late and all the garages were booked up. Either that or they just didn't want to do it. Yeah. And at some point in the near future, she's going to need a front tyre as well as a back tyre. So I noticed today that one's getting a bit thin. That'll be fine though, that'll get me home. But probably not much further. So yeah, that's been a nice loop, nice walk on the beach. The sun has more or less set. We're not going to be able to see the sunset unless we go up there, which we can't do. But yeah, it's been good. I've really enjoyed this trip, and I'm gonna be happy I've done it, but also sad that it couldn't be a little longer. So yeah, it's been a good do. I'm not even halfway through my whiskey, I've just been jabbering. Yeah. Maybe let's go up here and take a seat and enjoy the rest of this whiskey before I go back to my tent. One good thing about this campsite is it's got full 4G signal, which means I can sit and watch Star Trek in my tent. And because I'm on an electric pitch, I don't need to worry about the charge on my phone. Not that I needed to worry anyway, because I've got the USB on the bike, which is keeping it charged. Still not entirely sure what happened on the road up to Inverness. Guessing the wire wasn't in properly or something. Can I sit on this uncomfortable looking piece of concrete? Yeah, let's do that. Oh. Yeah. It's been a good do. It's not over yet. I still think tomorrow could be good. I will be under time pressure. They did say they would let me know if the tyre came in early. So hopefully I can get it in early and have a bit more time for riding, but we'll just have to see. Yeah. Oh, this whiskey's gorgeous though. I don't get to drink enough whiskey. I'd love to be able to expertly describe what it's like to you, but all I can really say is it's nice. And unfortunately you have to visit the distillery to get this exact one. Like I said, the 60% ABV. But it is good whiskey. Right. I've walked you along this beach and I've jabbered on for 30 minutes. I think that's about it. I will see you in the morning.
Previously on the Fenland Biker.
NC500. Let's go! This is the last time for quite a while. I'm going to be in a proper building, or sleeping in a proper bed. This was my humble abode of last night. Jesus, what am I letting myself in for here? I suppose I need to just get on with it. I will record as much of this next bit as I can. It's currently 6 o'clock in the morning. It was not the best of nights. Now, cold and miserable. Coffee has sorted me out nicely. Steady fella. Oh, Jesus. He just ended up on that grass verge. I thought he was going off. Are you okay? I saw up there. His wife is in the sidecar. I bet she's giving him a right bollocking. Not what I wanted to see on my holiday. A middle-aged GS rider's bare arse. But never mind.
There are worse views to wake up to in the morning, aren't there?
Welcome to another episode of Strange Things from Across the Pond. There is the pond, and this is today's strange thing. Let's have a look.
Look at that! That's incredible.
I'd love to be able to expertly describe what it's like to you, but all I can really say is it's nice.
I will see you in the morning. Right, onwards. Where we're gonna go? Come on, Glove. There we go. Quick look at the gift shop, and then I want to carry on to Dunnet Head. That's the one the sat-nav's set for, northernmost point of mainland UK, like I said. Oh, right, hit that up. Good girl. Fucking hell, heavy. Let's back her up. Not a bad view to be waking up to this morning, if I'm honest. Now it's nice and bright and sunny and warm. Yeah, it was nice to wake up to it. Not so nice to put all my biking gear back on. This stuff is getting stinky. Let's go around this way. Chap there's put guide ropes over the top of his Transit. Mate, I don't think the tent's going to blow away, let alone the fucking van. How windy did you think it was? Oh, Christ, that's a bump and a half. Let's go see what there is.
Whatever you do, don't forget to follow the Fenland Biker on Instagram and the TikToker. I put all sorts of things on there that you just won't find on YouTube. They just don't really work on YouTube. You'll find links to both down in the description.
I am, right now, the most northern northerner ever to north. It's a bit boggy. I think these buildings up here might be ex-military. Probably Cold War. I've seen things like those before. Those tiny little bunkers that were made all over the country during the height of the Cold War. Meant to be part of like British civil defence in the event of a nuclear Armageddon or something. Yeah, so this small one's likely ventilation, or used to house some sort of equipment. And this larger one would have been how you got in. Will it open still? It's been locked. Yeah, under there there'll be a bunker. It may even have some of the old equipment left in it, but we're not going to see it. I could see me living up here. I'd be a great lighthouse keeper. weather soon came in. There was a gorgeous view of the Orkney Islands. Now everything's covered in cloud. You can barely even see the lighthouse. Well, I have been there. Next stop is John O'Groats, specifically the John O'Groats signpost. It's quite interesting that a signpost is a tourist attraction, but I think we all know the one I'm talking about. Steady fella. Thank you. Cheers. To be fair, coming up here in an open top car sounds lovely. One day I will get my Mini back on the road. I suppose you could say it's all downhill from here, because, well, I mean, it kind of is. I'm heading south, and, you know, going south always kind of feels like downhill.
I always like going south. Somehow it feels like going downhill.
I'm going to be making my way out of the Highlands. Yeah, and when I eventually get home, my house is 4 meters below sea level. Perfect. Exactly what the doctor ordered. Here's...
Your destination is on the right.
It's not, it's on the left. There it is. John O'Groats. I think I'll get something from the cafe as well. So just pop the camera back on to show you this mist. Literally in the space of 10 minutes, it's just gone really foggy and actually really quite cold. I could see for miles out when I arrived, and yeah, now I can barely see the end of those rocks. Anyway, what does this say? Alrighty then. Oh. That was John O'Groats. And that was one of my choices for a campsite. The John O'Groats campsite. Doesn't look that busy. But it was yet another one that didn't take bookings for tents. Only for caravans, which is, you know, a bit disappointing. Again, it doesn't look that busy, so I'd have probably been fine, but it's not what you really want. Is to ride all the way up to somewhere and not know if you're getting in or not. You might be turned away and you're stuck out here in the middle of the fucking Scottish wilderness. So yeah. Yeah, that was John O'Groats. Treat myself to a coffee and a bit of cake. Look at these.
Stuart doing the edit here. The batteries in the camera ran out at about that point that you saw there. It was a fairly uneventful ride down to Wick, where I was due to get the tyre replaced. I mean, it was a great ride with great scenery, but I didn't stop. I just did it all in one hit, rode all the way down, and the camera ran out about halfway. I didn't know it had run out at the time. I thought it was still going. But when you're on a motorbike doing 60 mile an hour, you don't always notice such things. So, made it to Wick in plenty of time. I had like an hour and a half, 2 hours to kill before my appointment to get the tyre changed. So I got myself some lunch and a cup of tea, chilled out for a bit, found a nice place to sit and just enjoy the scenery and relax. I didn't record any of that. I didn't really feel the need to. Also, I was becoming aware at this point that I was running out of storage space on the SD cards in the cameras, so I decided you didn't really need to see me sitting and eating lunch. Doesn't make for very entertaining content, I think. One thing I did find, though, was this rather interesting graveyard. Let me show you that now.
Just having a walk around this churchyard, and I will say there is a lot of people buried here. Like, if I look down at the ground, every single one of these stones has a name on it. Some have worn completely smooth. Every single one of them is a grave. And then they appear to have put more graves on top of them. This is really full. And we have this church here, which doesn't look that new on its own. And then there's this ruined one here, obviously a lot smaller, but I can't see any information about it. So this is inside. So obviously this where I'm standing, this gate that's locked, would have presumably been the entrance. Back there would have been the altar. You know, presumably some sort of fancy window, stained glass window. I imagine quite a low ceiling as well. Looking over there, you can see where those plants are growing. I imagine that was the roof line. So it would have been, yeah, quite an intimate occasion. It's now just storage for gardening tools. No, you can't go inside. It's always a shame when they do stuff like that. I mean, what are they thinking is going to happen by letting people walk around inside? You know, I swear too much stuff is just fenced off and gated off permanently, and seemingly for no good reason. Just noticed down the bottom there as well, there's some sort of lid with 4 iron hooks on it. Wonder what's under there. I guess we'll never know. Let's keep having a bit of a wander round. Coming around this side as well. One thing I'm seeing is a lot of these gravestones, not all of them, again look brand new. And I passed several burial grounds on the way over here that are the same as the one up in Shegra. You know, they're walled off, they look quite old, but everything inside is brand new. And I didn't stop to have a look, but take this one here. That chap died in 1898. He may well have some living relatives today, some descendants, but there's going to be nobody who remembers him, surely. So who funded the replacement of that gravestone? There's a sign on the gate over there saying this whole area has been inspected by the Highlands Council.
Right, Stuart doing the edit here again. I'm just going to pause there to go through this that I found on the Highland Council website about headstones and these memorial inspections that they're doing. There's a whole page about it, like you need to use a registered and accredited stonemason, you know, blah blah blah, when you're erecting a headstone or gravestone, whatever you want to call it. They seem to call the graves lairs, L-A-I-R. It's just another word for grave, the plot, you know, the bit of land that you own in the graveyard, you could say. And we come to this bit, memorial safety, and essentially what they're doing, they have a programme of safety inspections carried out by suitably trained staff across all 247 burial grounds in the Highland area, and this follows guidance from the Scottish government. If a memorial, gravestone, headstone, is found to have an issue, they put a caution sign up on it. They may carry out a temporary repair as well, which normally means they just like brace it with some wood. If it's found to be of like immediate risk, like it's about to fall over at any second, then they'll take action to make it safe. Normally they just lay it flat. The responsibility for the repair of an unsafe gravestone remains the duty of the lair holder or their family. So I suspect that is what's happening. They're inspecting all 247 of these burial grounds and basically making people maintain these graves. Now, I could go on for quite a while about how I feel about that, but that is what's happening. Options if your gravestone or your grandparents or great-grandparents' gravestone is deemed to be unsafe seem to be you can remove it or lay it flat, or replace it with a new one, as so many people seem to be doing. Or if you ignore it, the council apparently does it for you, and until you pay the cost of that, you apparently then don't have rights to that lair. But I mean, if it's like 3 generations back, I imagine a lot of people are just ignoring it, but who knows? I could go on for a long time, but that's what's happening here. Right, let's crack on.
This is the view into the other side. As you can see, it's mostly full of junk, but there are some features. Those look like possibly gravestones or former architectural features, but there's no information at all. We've got this sign here that says Sinclair Isle, and that's it. So and then we have the question, what is this thing? This one we can go inside, but what on earth is it? Oh, it says here, the Dunbar Vault. Okay, there's some interesting stuff in here, bloody hell. And you get more stuff as a dumping ground. Right. Whatever these used to say, if they said anything, it's gone now. But this stuff down here is a bit, yeah. What on earth is all this? Then there's more of it up top. Right, okay. Oh, and up there. But those down there, I've never seen before. Gonna have to look this place up when I get a chance. Let's keep having a wander. And there's more interesting stuff around the other side of the vault. So that, I thought was going to be a mausoleum of some sort, but then I came around the front and realised it's just one wall, with a whopping great fence around it. That is twice as tall as I am when I stand next to it. Then there's this one here as well, which looks, the actual area cordoned off is even bigger. It's got one massive gravestone in the middle. And then there's this one here, which again looks fairly new and therefore must have cost a fortune. But the people buried here died in 1863, it says. Yeah, which is nice. It's good that they're doing that. And obviously some work will have to go into, you know, pulling the lettering, pulling the inscription off so it can be put onto the new gravestone. But I bet it's bloody expensive. So, like, look, there's another one down there. That one looks new. The one next to it looks ancient. I bet the one on the right has been replaced, whereas these 3 over here don't yet need replacing. They're probably still safe, they look reasonably upright. I bet that one was leaning over because it's slightly further down the hill. Yeah, that's just me. And I've just noticed as well, there's another ruined building behind it. Seems half of Wick is in ruins. Anyway, let's see what else we can explore.
Unfortunately, there wasn't really any more exploring to do, because after leaving the graveyard, I realised it was time to go get the tyre changed and to crack on with my day. So we're going to pick up the video as I'm leaving the shop. I didn't film anything in the shop, there wasn't really anything to see. All I did was hang about in the shop looking at some of the cool bikes that they had and talking to the receptionist for half an hour, and then it was time to go. So let's crack on.
Right, that is the back tyre changed. Oh, we're good. Still. Right, I can stop worrying about that back tyre now. That's 150 miles, not 150 miles, 150 pounds. About 50 quid more than I was looking to spend, but to be fair, I didn't specify on the phone what sort of tyre I wanted. So she just went with a mid-range one, which is fair play. But that's all fitted and balanced and everything, so I can't complain too much. Right, 100 miles exactly to Inverness. Sat-nav says 2 hours 10 minutes, arriving at about 10 to 6. Which, oh Jesus, back brakes are a bit off. Has he readjusted those properly? Just pull over and check that. They're definitely not as effective as they were a minute ago. Fucking hell. I'll just check that. Alright, that's better. I don't think he'd wound that screw on quite as tight. Okay, let's try that again. Just a couple of extra turns on it. Let's try it now. That's better. See how it goes. I might give it another couple of turns to tighten it a little further. I don't think he had it quite where I had it, so yeah, that's definitely better. The bite, I suppose you could say, is actually further up the travel, so it's actually, the brakes are biting, if that's the right word, sooner than they were, so yeah, that's fine as that. Actually feels quite good. It is fucking warm. Actually feels so much better rolling the bike side to side as well. Yeah, it actually wants to roll now. Yeah, she actually wants to, you know, pitch over. It's cool. Well, I'm actually going around all these manholes now just for the giggles. Let's see. Let's see what's over there, shall we? Yeah, that bit's taken. We'll go over here. This is where the Germans were the other night. Where can we go? Somewhere in the shade. I think, yeah, right there. And it's done. It's a little sad, really. I think just a few days ago I was camped the other side of them trees and excited for the day ahead, and I've had a great time. Absolutely fantastic. And yeah, here I am back here again. It's always kind of sad when your holiday comes to an end. I suppose it's not over yet. I've got one more night. Let's get the tent set up for the last time, because tomorrow night I'm sleeping in a bed. Right, I am back in North Keswick, where it all began. Yeah, I've done it. I've done the NC500. I've just finished the kebab and chips. The exact same as when I stayed here the first time, with a bit of extra sauce. Yeah, it's a couple just arrived, setting up their tent, not too far away. A very nice BMW Sports Tourer. Not an adventure bike, which is good to see. I hate adventure bikes. But yeah, great sense of achievement sitting here now. I've done what I set out to do. I've loved every minute of it, except maybe getting caught in the rain on the very first day, but we won't go into that too much. Yeah, it's been brilliant. The bike has performed perfectly. The only thing it needed was that tyre that which I had done earlier today. Ideally, I probably should have got that done before I set off, but I honestly thought it was going to be fine. I think it was just those 400 miles on the motorway and then Applecross Pass just completely fucking ruined it, but never mind, what can you do? The bike does feel a lot better now. It actually wants to lean and turn. Whereas before it felt like I was honestly having to force it over. I had really squared that tyre off. So yeah, that's good. The front one's going to need doing before long. But again, it'll get me home. That can definitely wait. That's fine. That's not wearing out nearly as quickly as the back one was. Yeah, plan for tomorrow. I am going to Thirsk Racecourse because my parents are currently camping there with the grandkids on my brother's side, not my grandkids, Christ. Pick up a key from them and then carry on to their house where I get to sleep in a proper bed and have a shower and watch telly, and they've got Wi-Fi and everything. So that's what I plan on doing. When I meet them at Thirsk as well, I'll probably dump off all my camping gear so the bike will be a fair bit lighter for the trip home, which is going to be lovely. I will try and film as much of the journey as I can. There's maybe 2 hours worth of recording left on my remaining action camera and about half an hour left on my phone. I've actually filled up the memory on my phone from all the videos and photos that I've taken, which I've never done before with any phone previously. They normally have really big memories, but I've managed it. So yeah, it's been good. I'm really happy I've done it. It's been an experience. I've got the long drive home to sit and think about all of it, work out what were my best bits, what I would do differently in the future, and we'll put all that into a summary video, the lessons learned video that I've been mentioning. But I'm really happy. There's a little bit of sadness that it's coming to an end. As I said, you always get that when a holiday is coming to an end. I've still got 2 days. I may stay an extra day at my parents' as well, see how I feel when I get there. But the NC500 is done. So yeah, I'm happy with it. Yeah. One other thing, got myself a few souvenirs. First, I got this at John & Groats, NC500 medal. just cause it says John O'Groats on it, but then it says NC500 on North Coast Journey 500. It looks a lot like the ones that you get for entering 10Ks and marathons, so I thought, you know what, I'll have one for the NC500. I feel like I've achieved something with this. I can wear that on the trip home. Got a patch for the bag, although I may get a cut at some point as well, a leather cut, but for the moment it's a bag. And we've got 2 stickers. I haven't decided which one I like the most yet, which one's going to go on the bike, but yeah, I think she's earned it. Yeah, I'm thinking this one perhaps right there, but I can't really decide. This is kind of an awkward shape. I don't really want to put it on the tank because I don't really want to start covering my bike in stickers. It's not that style of bike. Oh, I suppose there's always the screen as well. Could go on the screen. I've seen plenty of people do that. There, maybe. Yeah. There. I'll think about it. I think for now it's time to close this video off. I've had dinner, I'm ready for bed. 400 miles home tomorrow. It doesn't even get me all the way home. So yeah, time for some rest. But I am one happy camper right now. Thank you for watching. Alright, old girl. Let's go home, shall we? $400 miles to go. Go on, do me proud one last time, girl. I promise, as soon as we get home, you can have a whole load of fresh oil. I'm going to change that front tyre for you. So yeah, 400 miles. The one good thing about this leg of the journey is I am in no rush whatsoever. I'm meeting my parents where they're camping in Thirsk to pick up a door key, and then I'm going back to their house, which is open to me 24 hours a day, so I don't have to worry about checking into the campsite on time. So this is going to be leisurely the entire way. I'm going to stop for some fuel, and then we're going to hit the A9. Hopefully it stays cool for a good long time, because it's 30 degrees where we're going, which I'm not looking forward to. And that is, unfortunately, all she wrote for the NC500 trip. The ride back was pretty uneventful. There was a little bit of space left on the camera that I was saving for the Tyne Tunnel, because it looked like I was going to be going that way to begin with. But then plans changed on the way and I ended up going nowhere near it, so I never put the camera back on. But like I say, you didn't miss much. Main events were, at one point I stopped at a very expensive department store somewhere on the A9 and got myself a coffee. Honestly, I could feel everyone looking at me as I'm walking through the middle of it with my biking gear. Yeah, that was for rich folks, was that place. Got rained on hard 2 or 3 times before I'd made it out of Scotland. Stopped at a rather cool truck stop, and I don't just mean a motorway services, this was an actual truck stop. It was really quite a cool place to be. Had myself a big old slap-up breakfast there, even though it was the middle of the day. Then got rained on some more, and then eventually made it all the way to Thirsk, where my parents were caravanning. Stayed there for a bit of lunch. They wanted me to pitch the tent there on the caravan site and stay the night there. I really didn't want to. I wanted to stay in a house, in a bed that night, especially after doing over 400 miles. So I left my camping gear with them to chuck in their car, made my way back on a nice lightweight bike for once, sat and drank beer. That was pretty much it. Stayed an extra night there, and then made my way home. I could go on for quite some time about the experience and how the bike performed, but I'm going to do that in the second half of this video where we do kit review and lessons learnt. So for now, all I will say is, if you're thinking of doing the NC500, whether on a motorbike or a bicycle or in the car or a camper van, it doesn't really matter how you do it. Some people even walk the route. Just go and do it. It is really brilliant. Really happy that I went and did it. And then having done it, sense of achievement as well. You wouldn't have thought just going and travelling 500 odd miles in a big circle would be that much of an achievement, but it really did feel like it once I got back to Inverness for that last night. That's the biggest takeaway from this. If you want to do it, or if you're just a little unsure, just go and do it, and you won't regret it. Right, that's it for riding. Let's go and do kit review, then lessons learnt, and then that will be it. That will bring my NC500 series to a close. Got to think of something else to do now. Believe it or not, everything you see here did fit on the back of my little Virago. As I've mentioned several times before, we're going to do a quick kit review and I'm going to do lessons learned, and then we're going to move on to something else because I've got a couple of other projects that I want to be getting on with, namely planning my next adventure. So, quick kit review, and then I'm going to sit down somewhere and talk about lessons learned. Main point of this kit review, as you'll find out, is to show you what I took with me, what it cost, where I got it from. That'll all be coming on screen. But also, whilst I was up there, I saw a lot of people on big, brand new BMW GS bikes, with all the most expensive gear on, everyone wanting to be Ewan Soddy McGregor.
Hello there.
It doesn't have to be like that. If you want to do it, you can do it for a lot less money. But for now, I'm just going to fly through this. Starting this end, I suppose technically this didn't really go on the Virago. I was wearing it, but then I went on the Virago, so it counts. This is my gear that I wore while I was up there. I'm a big believer all the gear all the time, which is why you can see I'm covered head to toe, helmet, jacket, jeans, gloves, boots. Also got a high-vis vest there as well. That's a personal choice. I choose to wear one most of the time. And also a pair of sunglasses. The jeans were second-hand off eBay. The jacket came free with my very first bike, the 125. The helmet I bought new, the gloves I bought new, and the boots I bought new. And the sunglasses I got free. They were in one of my work vans when I acquired it. The previous owner had left them behind. None of that is expensive at all, at least not as biking gear goes. Also, long sleeve running top just makes the jacket a fair bit more comfortable to wear, especially if you're taking out the thermal lining, because at least with this one, it's then like wearing a plastic raincoat, so you just have a bit of fabric between your skin and the jacket. There's the leg bag that I've reviewed, link will be in the description. Camping kit. Tent is a OEX Hyena 2. That was from Go Outdoors with a membership. Bed mat or bed roll or whatever you want to call it. Sleeping bag is a Eurohike Snooze 200. That's a summer bag. Again, not very expensive. Inflatable mattress / bedroll thing. Again, it's a Eurohike camper compact. There. Self-inflating mat. Mountain Warehouse travel pillow. Don't remember buying that. Can't remember if I actually took it with me. But it's there. Rucksack. You may have seen this in some of my previous videos. It's got all my patches on it. I've still got some more to go on the inside, like my NC500 ones. This is Army surplus. I got it off a website, I think Military Mart. It's like 1950s army. Wasn't expensive at all, and then I've modified it to suit my own purposes, namely putting shoulder straps on it so it actually functions as a rucksack. Waterproofing your gear, like the sleeping bag, heavy duty carrier bags. These are from the commissary on RAF Lakenheath. If you don't have access to RAF Lakenheath, that's fine. The orange Sainsbury's carrier bags are a similar construction. Just make sure they are the thick, heavy duty ones, because the thin ones, especially the biodegradable ones, are just going to break apart in the wind and not be waterproof. So heavy duty ones. Bungee cords, big multi-pack, came from Screwfix. Brilliant for tying everything down to the bike. Again, don't need anything expensive for that.
Sorry, I don't understand.
Shut up, you. Cooking gear to the back. Mess tins on the left. 2 gas bottles, although the one on the left is half full, and that's been on 2 tours, the NC500 and my Kessingland trip the year before. The one on the right I still haven't used. I took 2 with me, but I didn't need them, not even close. Various bits and bobs for eating and drinking. Thermal cup, tin. Get tin or plastic. Don't carry like a China one with you when you're camping. It'll break. This one's quite handy. It's got the built-in carabiner clip, so it didn't have to go in something. I just clipped it to my rucksack. 10-litre water carrier. Water bottles, because it's thirsty work sometimes being out and about, even if you're riding. Folding camping cutlery. Link will be in the description to my product review of that. Also at the back, 2 1-litre jerry cans. The only thing on this table, if I'm honest, which I found to be a little overpriced. They're not expensive, but they do cost more than I think they should, if that makes sense. But there we go. Camera gear that went with me with spare batteries. Those are Acaso V50Xs. I never did do a product review of those. I've just been using them, but I'd say they're about 9 out of 10 of what you get with the equivalent GoPro. They are really good for the price. They're about 10% the price of a GoPro. 240-volt mains adapter. That turned out to be not all that useful. I was able to charge all my devices on the USB on the bike whilst I was riding them around, so I didn't really need it. But it was nice to have when electric hookup was available. Toiletries. Just stuff I keep in the house. Didn't buy anything special for this trip whatsoever. That's just standard household stuff. The only thing that's a little out of the order in it is the towel. It's one of those thin Turkish towels, but it's just as absorbent as a regular fluffy towel. You don't need to buy a fancy camping towel that costs you 50 quid or whatever. Spare guy ropes, very handy if you want to dry your clothes. Lastly, bits that you may not think of. Got a cigar box here for putting all my small items in so they could be more easily found. Don't have to use a cigar box, you could use a bag. I just had this lying around the house. I don't even smoke, but there we go. Book to read in the evenings, because there wasn't signal everywhere I went. Torch for walking around at night. Hand warmers, which I didn't need, but are good if you're going somewhere really cold. And the spanner got thrown in because I had to adjust my wing mirrors before I set off, and I couldn't be asked to put it away. That's it. That is everything. Some of it I've bought new. Nothing you see here, bar the leg bag and one of the jerry cans, was new for this trip. It's stuff I already owned, and none of it is the most expensive thing on the market. It's just unnecessary to do such a thing. So yeah, that's it. That's everything that I went with me. The only thing missing from the table is some food. Just imagine it's in that little space there. But that's what you need. It doesn't need to be that difficult, guys. Right, I'm going to go make a cuppa, and we're gonna review the lessons learned. Right. Got me coffee. Let's do lessons learned, shall we? Now, this shouldn't take too long because, well, there isn't much left to learn. Basically, as I've been doing the editing over the past few months, I've been keeping notes along the way. There isn't really a script for this section. I don't really do scripts, if I'm perfectly honest. Just wanted to add a little bit as the very end of my NC500 series. This is the last video, and this is the last bit I'm going to do, to just talk about things that I've learned and things that I do differently. And yeah, just generally have a bit of a natter about the series and look back on it. They're not in any particular order. It's literally just notes I made on my phone. Let's just go through them. So the first one I jotted down was check the rear suspension. It's too easy to bottom out. That did happen quite a bit. I did have a lot of weight on the back of this bike. Now that I look back and having ridden the bike since, it's not that easy to bottom out. Maybe over the coming year I will do something about the suspension, but it seems okay for the time being. If I'm going to do another big trip on the bike, I haven't quite decided yet if I'm going to do one of those this year. But if I do another big trip on the bike, then I will maybe look at changing the suspension or making some sort of adjustment to it. If you're wondering why I keep looking off to the camera, the bike is directly behind the camera and the rear suspension is right there for me. But honestly, I think the bottoming out was just the weight. Yeah, I mean, if I had a pillion passenger on the back, it'd have probably been even worse. So, yeah. Now that I think about that one now, I don't really need to do anything with the rear suspension. It's fine as it is. You may be able to see, or they may be just out of shot, my 2 pillion bags are now mounted on the wall. They were pretty knackered. The leather was in really poor condition when I got back, and then one of them actually ripped off the bike when it got caught on a fence post one morning. So they're both off now. I don't plan on putting them back. I'll think up a different luggage solution for the future. On the topic of how well the bike did, though, I have to say, it did really well. And I'm fairly sure I said this in every video, probably more than once. For a bike that's, what, coming up to 30 years old, and, you know, is a budget cruiser, it handled it really, really well. Thought I had a scratch on my tank. It's just a dog hair. And it did it, apart from the tyre being worn out, I didn't have any issues with the bike. We had the USB cable on the way up, which was a bit knackered, but that's not really the bike's fault either. Yeah, Yamaha really did know how to build them. So yeah, it's a good bike, really happy with it. What else we got? Oh yeah, I've put down the mains adapter that I took with me, the orange one for plugging into the sockets on campsites. Needs to be longer to be useful. I say that, but it wasn't really needed anyway. Nowadays, everything, phones, camera gear, can all be charged off USB. And if you're going to be doing a long trip like I was, you've got more than enough time to have those devices plugged into USB power from the bike. It can, even an old bike like my Virago, can handle it really well. I mean, USB draws 5 volts, normally less than an amp. The charging system on the bike and the battery can easily handle it. So I'm not going to bother getting another mains adapter. If I'm in a situation where I think I'll need one, I'll take the existing one with me, but I don't think I need it. I might give it to someone who will actually use it. But there we go. Next one, the Virago did it, but getting there was an absolute mission. It was. I mean, I, as you saw, stopped at my parents' the first night and then made my way up to Inverness for the start of the NC500 on the second day. Getting there on that second day, though, was an absolute mission. It was really hard work. Now, would it have been better on a more powerful bike, say a sports tourer, or, you know, just a more powerful cruiser, or, God forbid, an adventure bike? The Nissan Qashqai of bikes. Yeah, probably. You know, being able to cruise at higher speeds for longer periods of time. The problem wasn't so much the bike, though, it was more me. I am going to look at ways to make the seat more comfortable on the Virago for long periods of time, because for a cruiser, my arse aches far sooner than it should do. But I think what I would have done differently on talking just about this trip was maybe allow myself an extra day to get up there. Maybe stop near Newcastle or near the Scottish border and then make my way there. Yes, it adds an extra day onto the trip, or 2 days if you do the same coming back down. Or I could, instead of stopping at my parents', stopped a bit further north as well. So I could have done parents, then another destination, then Inverness, or just done another destination, then Inverness. But yeah, that sort of mileage in 1 day is fucking hard work. And I think if I was to do it again on the bike, that part I would definitely reroute. The route around the NC500, I'm really happy with how that went. That was great. A sort of side lesson of that was I found myself constantly wary of getting to places on time. But looking back now, I didn't really need to worry. I had lots of time throughout the day. I need to relax more about that. It wasn't an issue. Now, I would definitely try and visit different places along the route if I were to do it again. But the distances and the rough areas of the stops, I'd probably do the same. So yeah, getting to the NC500, if you live, in the east of England like I do, I live in Cambridgeshire, you've got to allow some time to get up there. Next lesson, well, like I was saying, I definitely would have enjoyed it more if I'd had more time, perhaps stayed in one place more than a single night at a time. There is so much to explore on the NC500. I could do it every summer for the next 20 years and still not see everything. There's just so many places you can go, and it's not one official route, it's a very rough area that you can make your way around. So you can have as many diversions as you like, it doesn't matter. I do wish that at least one or two of my stops had been for more than one night. Maybe have a night off the bike to relax. Maybe I should have spent an extra day at the end of the NC500 in Inverness before setting off back. Or maybe, instead of camping every night, book myself a hotel room or something like that. Just one, and just stay there and relax a bit more. Probably would have made the trip a bit more enjoyable and given me more time to explore. Rather than having to get to the next destination every day, explore the area and see what I can find. If and when I choose to do the NC500 again, it's definitely going to be a longer trip, staying in more places. Definitely. Now here's a proper lesson. Be better prepared. Now, I was prepared for everything that happened up there, bar one thing, and that was that back tyre. I did check it before I left. Of course I did. I checked the whole bike over, but it did wear out a lot faster than I was expecting it to. I think a lot of that was the motorway miles getting up there, because it was the middle bit that was worn the most. The edges were perfectly fine, but it was like 3 days. It was like half my trip that I was stressing about that and trying to get it done and worrying and checking and hoping I don't meet a police officer and everything. I don't think it got to the legal limit, but it was damn close. It was on its last legs by the time I got to the shop. So yeah, that's something to learn for next time. If I'm going to do it again, I think I'll just get new tyres for it before I go, and then I don't have to worry about that. Bits to take with me. I might consider taking a wider range of tools with me on my next trip. This isn't really a lesson learned from the NC500 because the bike behaved perfectly on that. It didn't put a foot wrong. But those of you that saw my winter solstice ride, the bike went very, very wrong on that, and I think now if that had happened while I was on the NC500, that would have been quite bad, because most of the lights and electrics on the bike have stopped working. It's not really safe to be on the road at the moment. The brake lights don't work, for one. If I'd been up in the far reaches of Scotland with that, I think I'd have seriously considered phoning my breakdown service, and that'd have been the end of the trip, because I'd had to be towed to the nearest garage, which they'd have probably brought me back down to Inverness or something like that, and then I'd have to try and arrange for the bike to be repaired. Next time I do something like this, I'm going to take a few extra tools with me and some consumables like fuses and nuts and bolts and things, just in a little box somewhere on the bike, because that is a worry. At the time of filming this segment, I haven't investigated what's happened to the bike yet. I've only just done the winter solstice ride, and then I've been working and had the whole festive period. It's January when I'm filming this, but I suspect we've blown a fuse somewhere, but the fuses on this bike aren't exactly easy to get to, and I need to find out why it's blown. It could be a wire, it could just be a random old fuse, I don't know. That's going to be part of another video which I'm going to be filming after I finish filming this bit. But yeah, once I find out what's happened there, that will determine what course of action I take going forward. Do I need to be taking extra tools and parts with me on these trips? Because that is quite worrying that something like that could have happened. I put here, need a chin mount to do this properly, and at the time I made the note it said in the post. It has arrived, it works. I mean, my camera is very securely mounted on there. I got it from Chin Mounts, because I mean, you Google it, there what come up, and I was being lazy. The first ride I used it on was my winter solstice ride. I need to work on the angle on it, it's, you know, how I mount the camera, because all you could really see was my speedo and the tank at the time. But I think that will be a big step up in my moto vlogging content once I get that right. I've also put on here, also likely to need a dedicated microphone to do this properly. I tried the dead cat on the winter solstice ride. It's made no difference to the sound quality. It's something I've wrestled with for a while, trying to get these existing Akaso microphones to work in my helmet for moto vlogging. They just can't handle it. I'm going to research what other moto vloggers are using and probably buy the cheapest option, because, you know, I don't make any money from doing these videos. It's just a hobby for me, so it's got to be the cheapest option. But that is what's coming in the new year. You're watching this in February. Like I say, I'm recording this in January. But yeah, better sound on the bike is what I'm trying. It is at least one of the things that I'm going to try and do. And then the last thing that I've wrote down here, and I suppose this comes under being better prepared, but slightly different area. I've put, it's colder than you think. I should have brought at least one pair of trousers and a thicker sleeping bag, or at least some way of keeping warm at night. It wasn't that bad, especially when I was in like Inverness. It was still shorts and t-shirt weather. It was cool. It wasn't like a nice summer's day here in the east of England, where it's like 30 odd degrees, but it was okay. But as I got to the very north end of Scotland, it was cold. There was one campsite, the one before I got to Dunnet Head, where it was freezing. And I had my biking gear and shorts and t-shirt with me. Now, I managed, because the only place I really went was from my tent to the restaurant and then back again, because I was pretty tired. But I did find myself having to put my biking jacket on in the evenings at more than a few of the sites. And that night as well, I was properly cold in my sleeping bag. The one I've got is a really thin summer sleeping bag, because I do these trips in summer, so I don't need a big winter sleeping bag to take with me. But yeah, if I go camping in the north of Scotland, I think a better sleeping bag and a pair of jeans to wear in the evenings. Yeah, my fault. Should really have checked the conditions, but then again, you don't expect it to be below 10 degrees in June, even at the very north end of Scotland. So yeah, we'll put that down as a lesson learned. It's colder than you bloody think up there. Final thoughts before I close the video out and close the NC500 series out as well. Something I've said throughout this series, or if I haven't been saying it, I really should have been saying it a lot more, is if you're wanting to do something like this, if you're wanting to do an NC500 trip, but you're not sure if you can, you can. It can be done. Just go and bloody do it. I mean, yes, take from what I've just said, the lessons learned. Make sure you have good tyres. Get yourself some breakdown cover, because you never know, as we saw in my winter solstice ride. But believe that you can do it. Even if you're on a CBT, on a little 125, you can do it. You'll have to avoid motorways, which will make it fun getting up there, but once you get to the NC500, there's nothing up there that you can't do on a 125. Yes, every man and his dog has got a brand new BMW GS and they're all pretending to be Ewan fucking McGregor, but I just did it on a 30-year-old Virago 535, which ain't that much more powerful than my 125, if I'm honest. It's an A2 class bike. I don't really want anything powerful, and truth be told, there were times when I was up there when I kind of wanted my little 125. When I'm on like the winding bloody goat path going up a mountain, 125 would have been brilliant for that. So there are a lot of it when you're up there where you don't want a big powerful bike, because you can't use all the power and it just becomes a liability. So yeah, don't think that because you don't have the biggest and best bike and all the best gear that you can't do it, or it'll be too difficult or something. You can do it. I've got a bike that cost me £1,000, was it 1,200? I think I paid 1,200. I told the missus I paid £1,000. And as you've just seen from the kit review, none of my kit is expensive. Some of it's second hand. A lot of it is just stuff from the house as well. It doesn't have to be the biggest and best and most expensive stuff, not by a long shot. Just go there, do it, and I promise you, you will enjoy it. Other final thoughts. I'm sitting here now. It's been 7 months since I got back from the trip. Originally I had planned to get all the videos out within a month or two, but unfortunately time, work, commitments, yeah, it all got in the way and it ended up being one video a month. Never mind, it is what it is. Now that I'm finally finishing the video series and I'm looking to move on to other projects, I look back on it and I am so happy that I did this trip. I've talked to a few people, a few friends since coming back about it, and they were all really surprised that I'd done it. I didn't realise it at the time, but I didn't actually tell any of them that I was going. I just went and did it. And they're even more surprised that I did it on the Virago. I don't know why. It did it perfectly. Like my trip the year before, where I went to Kessingland, that was a big milestone for me for a number of reasons, which I've put into videos before. Go watch them. Doing this felt like an achievement. You know, when I got back, like I say, I'd bought myself that little medal up in John O'Groats. Back at my parents', I had the house to myself. I sat there and wore my damn medal. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, it felt great to have gone there and done it and had a real adventure. It was truly, truly a brilliant, brilliant time away. I am definitely, one day, maybe not this coming year, going to do it again. Will I do it on the bike? Yeah, probably one day. Me and my fiance have talked about going and doing it. That would be in the car. We'd probably take the dogs with us as well. But one way or another, I am getting back up there. Yeah, I really loved that place. It is truly a brilliant, brilliant place to go and a brilliant thing to do. Right, I think I've yammered on long enough. This was only meant to be a short video to close everything off. Like I say, I'm recording this in January. I hope you all had a good New Year and a good Christmas and all that. You're going to be watching this in February, so it's going to feel a bit late. But yeah, I'm really hoping it's going to be a good year, is this. I've got plenty of plans, plenty of projects that I want to go and get on with now, like fixing my Virago, fixing my Life and King, still working on the extended workshop, and I've got a few new things that I want to do for the channel as well, which will be up in the coming months. So for now, thank you for watching. I'll see you next time.
Thank you for watching The Fenland Biker.
Please don't forget to press the big button here in the middle to subscribe if you haven't already done so. If you liked what you just saw, please click the like button below and leave a comment letting me know what you liked about it. And as always, thank you for watching.